backward classes to provide assistance to pursue higher education. The Mutt has a well-equipped library with over 10,000 titles on domains and Ramakrishna Vivekananda Vedanta philosophy. The mission conducts a survey of the schools of the locality in order to support the education of children belonging to backward classes and low-income families. They are given free coaching and nutritious meals and milk in Swami Vivekananda Coaching Center. Ramakrishna Mission Mangaluru's flagship program, however, remains the Swachh Mangaluru Abhiyan. We launched Swachh Mangaluru for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan on 30th January 2015. The program began with a rally of 2,000 students. 50 teams of volunteers under the leadership of the monks cleaned up the city by organizing 500 Shramadhan projects. They renovated public facilities, built new bus and auto shelters, put up hundreds of signposts and constructed small parks and footpaths to begin with. To create awareness among school children, Swachh Manas programs were organized in 100 schools in the city. A total of 10,000 students were given training on hygiene and cleanliness by 70 resource persons who visited these schools to train the students. More than 2,000 cleanliness drive programs were organized in 100 villages, each from Dakshina Kannada district and Udupi district, under Swachh Gram Abhiyan for rural areas. 100 volunteers from every village took up Shramadhan projects on one Sunday of every month in their respective villages. Swachhata Janasampark Abhiyan events were organized every day at different residential layouts of the city. The volunteers organized awareness programs with the slogan, "Our garbage, our responsibility." Organizing magic shows for cleanliness was an innovative way of spreading the message of cleanliness. 200 magic shows were organized by Kudroli Ganesh and his team at various venues in the city. The concept of pot composting for wet waste management was introduced by providing pot composters at subsidized rates to 5,000 households in Mangaluru. The training was offered to convert organic kitchen waste into natural manure.
The Swachh Bharat mission taken up by Ramakrishna Mutt of Mangalore has been a wonderful example for volunteerism in India. I must compliment Ramakrishna Mutt Mangalore from this perspective of bringing together thousands of volunteers with the spirit of volunteerism in nation building.
More than 10,000 volunteers toiled relentlessly in the Abhiyan. 13,000 students worked as the warriors of cleanliness. Nearly 20 lakh man-hours were utilized in the Abhiyan. The volunteers visited more than 40,000 houses to create awareness among people regarding the disposal of wet and dry household garbage. Swachh Mangaluru Abhiyan, taken up by the Ramakrishna Mission, is a success story that has turned out to be an inspirational event in the history of Mangaluru. Apart from Swachh Mangaluru initiatives, Ramakrishna Mission set a unique precedent by initiating a new concept of urban forests in Mangaluru to promote local flora and much needed green cover in the city. We set up 3 Miyawaki urban forests in Mangaluru city, 2 of them on the campus itself. We are a zero waste campus. The wet waste is converted to compost and 5,000 liters of water are treated daily at our own sewage treatment plant. Several awards and accolades have followed the ashrama, thanks to its multifarious activities for nearly 7 decades in the service of humanity.
ಮಂಗಳಾದೇವಿಯ ಸಮೀಪದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಪರಿಸರ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಈ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಮಠ, ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠ, ಮಂಗಳೂರು.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the services of Sri Ramakrishna Mission and Mutt, Mangalore, which works under the motive taken from the sentence Atmano Mokshartam Jagat Hitayacha. Swami Vivekananda spoke about a man making, life building, and character making education. And he called education is not simply gathering of information. The education that gives facts before it teaches a person how to think, control, and direct the mind does more harm than good. This is exactly the role of teacher finds a way. It becomes important in nation building, and also it is very crucial for the pupil's personality building. Teachers are the treasures of society, and Ramakrishna Mission believes in talking to teachers, meeting them, offering them an opportunity to sharpen the saw, helps them to learn, brood over their actions. Reassemble, reorganize, retrospect their actions, their ways and views, only to chisel out more informed, internally engineered, more responsible, and a generation full of values. Ramakrishna Mission feels it is capable of addressing the needs of today's generation. Their queries, their fears, concerns, and share their ideas. That's why it has organized this symposium, which is called PRAJNA 23, a symposium for professors, lecturers, aspiring teachers, and research scholars. Today is the third day. This event is on since January 19th. Last two events were for the professional college students and young teachers who want to become teacher in their futures. And those were about Medha and Shraddha, the other two aspects of education. This brilliant winter morning is more vibrant with having you around in the house here, a group of wizards and thinkers amidst us, all for ourselves till this evening. Wishing you all a warm and a fruitful day. I request the dignitaries to please grace this occasion by coming over the stage. I request Swami Jitkamanand Maharaj, the Adhyaksha of Sri Ramakrishna Mission Mangaluru, Swami Bodhamayanandaji Maharaj, Adhyaksha of Ramakrishna Math, Hyderabad, Dr. N. Vinay Hegde, Chancellor, NITTE deemed to be University, Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka, Professor P.L. Dharma, Professor Niranjan Vanalli, Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University, Captain Ganesh Karnik. I request the dignitaries to please take your seats on the dais. Thank you, sirs. Now I request Captain Ganesh Karnik ji. Oh, before that, we have the brahmacharis of this ashram to invoke the blessings of the universe by reciting the lines from Holy Vedas to infuse today's atmosphere with divine mantras. I request you all to be seated and participate in this Vedic chanting.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Saha Viryankaravavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Sahasrashirsham Devam Vishwaksham Vishwashambhuvam Vishwam Narayanam Devam Aksharam Paramam Padam Vishwatah Paraman Nityam Vishwam Narayanagum Harim Vishwamevedam Purushastad Vishwamupajivati Patim Vishwasyatmeshwaragum Shashvatagum Shivamachyutam Narayanam Mahagneyam Vishwatmanam Parayanam Narayana Paro Jyotiratma Narayana Paraha Narayana Param Brahma Tattvam Narayana Paraha Narayana Paro Dhyata Dhyanam Narayana Paraha Yaccha kinchid jagat sarvam drishyate shruyate piva antarbahishya tat sarvam vyapya narayana stitaha anantamavyayam kavigum samudrentam vishvashambhuvam padmakosha pratikashagum hridayam chapyadhomukam ado nishtyavitasthante nabhyamuparithishtati ज्वालमालाकुलं भाति विश्वस्यायतनं महत् सन्ततगुं शिलाभिस्तुलं भत्याकोशसन्निभं तस्यान्ते सुशिरगुं सूक्ष्मं तस्मिन् सर्वं प्रतिष्ठितं तस्य मध्ये महानग्निर्विश्वाचिर्विश्वतो मुखः सोऽग्रभुग्विभजन् तिष्ठन्नाहारमजरः कविः तिर्यगूर्ध्वमदशायी रश्मयस्तस्य सन्तता सन्तापयति स्वं देहमापादतलमस्तकः तस्य मध्ये वह्निशिखा अणीयोद्वा व्यवस्थितः नीलतो यदमध्यस्ताद्विद्युल्लेखेव भास्वरा नीवारशोकवत्तन्वी पीताभास्वत्यणूपमा तस्या शिखाया मध्ये परमात्मा व्यवस्थितः स ब्रह्म स शिवः स हरिः सेन्द्रः सोऽक्षरः परमस्वराट् पृथगं सत्यं परं ब्रह्म पुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः ॐ नारायणाय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णुः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् श्रीरामकृष्णार्पणमस्तु.
Thank you, Divine Brothers. Now I request Captain Ganesh Karnik ji, ex-serviceman of Indian Army, mentor of our Swachh Bharat team and a prominent volunteer of the ashram, to welcome and introduce to the august audience.
ದಿವ್ಯತ್ರಯರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಬೇಡ್ತಾ ಮೂರನೆಯ ದಿನದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಿವ್ಯ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವದ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಹೆಸರೇನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾ ಮೇಧಾ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಯಾ ದೇವಿ ಸರ್ವಭೂತೇಷು ವಿದ್ಯಾರೂಪೇಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥಿತ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಮಂತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ IQ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಮೇಧಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ ಮೇಧಾಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಚೋದಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಈ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರನ್ನು, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾ ಮೇಧಾ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಈ 3 ಶಬ್ದಗಳ ಅರ್ಥವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವೃತ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷ್ನಲ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅವರನ್ನು ಆ ವೃತ್ತಿಗೆ ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲದ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರೈಸುವಂಥ, ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೆ, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥೈಸಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಚಾಣಕ್ಯನ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು. ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಮಾನ ಸಮ್ಮಾನ ಘನತೆ ಗೌರವದ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾಯಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಈ ಏನು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಸಿಂಪೋಸಿಯಂ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ತನ್ನ ಪರಿಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಬಲ್ಲದು ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ, ಒಂದು ಮಾದರಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಆಶ್ರಮ. ಕಳೆದ ಅನೇಕ ದಶಕಗಳಿಂದ 75ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ದೇಶ ಅಮೃತ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ದೇಶ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣಾಶ್ರಮವು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಆಚರಣೆಯ ಸಂಭ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ದೇಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿಯೂ 75ನೇ ವರ್ಷ. ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಒಂದು ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ಈ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾಮೇಧ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣಾಶ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಕಳೆದ ಅನೇಕ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಸಮಾಜೋನ್ಮುಖಿ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಜಿತಕಾಮಾನಂದಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಇದು 11ನೆಯ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾಮೇಧ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು 11ನೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವು ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಿನ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣಾಶ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು 10,000 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರೇರಣಾದಾಯಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥವರು. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಜಿತಕಾಮಾನಂದಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಭಾಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ 7,000ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ 4 ಶಿಫ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ದೇಶದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶಿಸ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಆಶ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಪೂಜ್ಯರು ಆದ ಬೋಧಮಾಯಾನಂದಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಗೌರವದ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು, ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಈ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಟ್ಟೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕುಲಾಧಿಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿ, ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಆಗಿ, ನಿಟ್ಟೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ಕುಲಾಧಿಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿ, ನಿಟ್ಟೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ, ಲಮಿನಾ ಸಮೂಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿ, ದೇಶ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡುವಂಥ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು ಮತ್ತು ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಸದಾನಂದ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರ ಸುಪುತ್ರರಾಗಿ, ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸೇನೆಯಿಂದ ನಿವೃತ್ತಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ನೀಡಿದಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಮಠದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೊಂದು 35 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮಠದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಅವರನ್ನು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ತಪ್ಪಿಸದೇ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುವಂಥ ನಿಟ್ಟೆಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂತರ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥವರು, ಮಠದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡುವಂಥವರು, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಗೌರವದ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೌಲಿಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು 10-12% ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋವನ್ನು 2050 ಆಗುವಾಗ 50%ಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ. ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಕೇವಲ 10-12% ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಅವಕಾಶ ಲಭ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು 50%ಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ 2020 NEP 2020 ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮದಾಗಬೇಕು, ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಬಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಹಳ ಮಂದಿ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆ ನೀವು ಓದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಬಲ್, ಎ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ದೇಮ್ ಆರ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಬಲ್ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಿನ್ನವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯಗಳಿಂದ ಹೊರಬರುವಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತೇ ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬಲ್ಲಂಥ ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲವಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸವಾಲಾಗಿ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ನ ಮೂಲಕ ಆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರುವಂಥ NEPಯನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಲ್ಲಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗೋಪಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಗೌರವದ ವಂದನೆಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಕಾರ್ಯಬಾಹುಳ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು 3 ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯವಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ನಾರ್ತ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯ ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದ ದಿನಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಳೆದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. SDM ಉಜ್ರೆನಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಹಿತಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಖಕ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಚಿಂತಕ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ತಜ್ಞ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಉತ್ತರ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಿರಂಜನ್ ವಾನಳ್ಳಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನಿವರು ಬರುವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಧರ್ಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದ ಘಟನೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯುದ್ಧ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಗಾಂಧಾರಿ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನಂತೆ. ಹೋದಾಗ ಗಾಂಧಾರಿ 100 ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ತುಂಬ ದುಃಖ ಅವಳಿಗೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡದ್ದು, ತಾಯಿ ಹೃದಯ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರಂತೆ. ಆಗ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನಂತೆ, ನಾನೇನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನಾನೇನೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀನೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅಂತ. ಆಗ ಆಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾಳಂತೆ, ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ? ಅಮ್ಮ, ಯುದ್ಧ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗ ದುರ್ಯೋಧನ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಬೇಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ನಿನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ. ನೀನೇನು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ದಿ? ಯುದ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಾ, ವಿಜಯೀ ಭವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ನೀನು ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀನೇನು ಹೇಳ್ದಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಯಥೋ ಧರ್ಮ ತಥೋ ಜಯ ಅಂತ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿ. ನಾನು ಆ ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಆಕೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನಂತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕುಲಸಚಿವರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಧರ್ಮ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಮಾತು ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅದನ್ನು. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಧರ್ಮ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಪುಣ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದುಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮಠದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರಘುತ್ತಮ್ ರಾವ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಮಠದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಕ್ತರಿಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ದಿನ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೇವೆ, ಫಿಸಿಕಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈವನ್ ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೇವೆ ಹೇಳುವ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಮೇಧಾಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಮಾನವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಠದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, Captain Ji, for welcoming everybody and introducing our guests very aptly and effectively. I request Swami Jitkamanand Ji to welcome our guests florally, because flowers speak the language of love. They please those who offer them and also those who receive them. First and foremost, a flower to Dr. N. Vinay Hegde, Chancellor, Nitya deemed to be University, who is always supportive to the functions, programs of this mutt. To Swami Bodhamayanandaji, to Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, to Dr. Niranjan Vanali, Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University North, to Professor P.L. Dharma, Registrar of Evaluation, Bangalore University, and one to Captain Ganesh Karnik ji, the Karyakarta of the mutt. Thank you, Swamiji. I request Swamiji to please come to the dais and address our audience on the importance of this program.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Jananim Sharadam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Padapadme Tayoshitva Pranamami Muhurmuhu. PRAJNA is a very important symposium organized by Ramakrishna Mission, and this is the third one. The first day we had Medha, Shraddha second day, and third day we have entering into our own PRAJNA. On this occasion, the distinguished guests who are graced the occasion, it is my privilege to invite them all with hearty welcome. Vinay Hegde ji is very close to Ramakrishna Mission, Mangaluru, and his inspiring words to serve the society has encouraged us since many years. I heartily welcome our own Vinay Hegde ji for this very interesting and important program. And on this occasion, Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi ji, the Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka, and Swami Bodhamayanji, who is our own, who is the head of Hyderabad Center, a very vibrant center of Ramakrishna Mission, and very good, powerful speaker. And Niranjan Vanali is an ex-student of Ramakrishna Vidyashala, Mysore, who is on the dais. And Mr. Dharma ji is from University of Mangaluru, and our own Ganesh Karnik, who is always with us in every program that we organize here. He is the force behind our all initiative. And Raghutam Raj ji, and the principal of Nitya Pharmacy College, and Swamiji, and all the lecturers assembled here, and research scholars from various schools, scholars, and aspiring teachers, students. Well, as I already told you, that we have been organizing this program since 11 years. And what is PRAJNA? I just rewrote. The best teachers teach from the heart, not from the book, says the wise. In those days of yore, students used to go to the Gurukulas, live with the teachers, and learn from them the art of living. The purpose of education in those days was opening the heart, sharpening the intellect, and instilling discriminative wisdom in the students that would guide them through the vicissitudes of life. In other words, awakening prajna in the students was the goal of education. I read out again. In other words, awakening prajna in the students was the goal of education. The art of breadwinning was a byproduct. Education used to transform the individual into a better human being. However, the present-day education has put the cart before the horse. The students are taught to focus more on earning their livelihood than on learning to live. This has resulted in multitudes of problems plaguing the society in general and youth in particular. It is very much visible nowadays. If the problem is not addressed here and now, it will have serious repercussion in the near future. With this perspective, our Ramakrishna Mission, Mangaluru, has organized PRAJNA, a symposium for professors and lecturers and aspiring teachers today, 21st of January, providing an apt platform to discuss and reflect on theme Education for Empowerment. Dear friends, this is the very theme of today's discussion that's going to be held today. For this, we have invited eminent scholars who have contributed in the field of education for the discussion and to open up your mind and heart, because education is a wealth that we impart to the students. For the wealth, the student, future citizens of the country. What is the responsibility of the students have we taught in our schools and colleges? Just go through the curriculum. Is there anywhere? What is the responsibility of a citizen of India, for that matter any country? I have not taught anywhere. That is the greatest mistake that we have been doing, first of all. And second thing, our education has completely focused upon writing in the examination. As one of our students long back has opened up, when I called him and asked him, how did you do in the examination? He was in a very hurry so that he can play cricket, for a month there was no cricket for him. So I was coming, very hurriedly was coming. And he told, very nicely he told, very gist of our education. He told in Kannada, he said, Swamiji, I asked him whether it is difficult or it was easy for you to write the examination. He said, Swamiji, Aden Swamiji, Barad bit bande antanda. Baradu bittu bande. There's a twist of word here. In Kannada, especially Bangalore side, we say Barad bit bande means I have written and come back. That is the real meaning. But the word meaning is different. I wrote it and kept it there and came back. I don't need in my life at all. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದು ಓದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಬೇಡ. Just think of the education, the system that we have. Education should make a student a responsible citizen, and he should contribute something for the development of himself and also the family and also the society. You should not forget any one of the three. He has to have an idea of developing his own personality. Second thing, he should know and act What is his responsibility to his family? If he has that awareness, he will never search for a old age home when his parents become old. Am I right? Yes. And the third one is, every one of us have a responsibility toward the country. That is because for our education and for living, for everything we are dependent upon the people outside who are laboring in different fields. In fact, we are enjoying the fruits of action of somebody. As such, having enjoyed everything, we have a debt to the society. How do you pay back this debt? We have never thought anywhere. And that is the mistake that education system that we have. And the product that come out of society, or I don't say all, of course, no, it is not all. Many of our students, they do not know what is their responsibility towards the nation. That has to be addressed immediately. Otherwise, I don't know. The progress is not just on highway or big building infrastructure. No, it is building the mind and heart and of the students. If the citizens are good and their life is value-based, they act according to the value that they have learned, the nation has grown up, nation has developed. For keeping this mind, we want to open up the PRAJNA, our intellect, our awareness. This program has been organized. I welcome you all. And as our Ganekanish has said, you have to be here, not just physically, mentally, intellectually. Hearty welcome to Ramakrishna Mission. Just go around this when you get time, go around this ashram and see the quietness and spiritual ambience that you experience here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parama Pujya Swamiji, for sharing your valuable ideas on education with us. This symposium that ashram conducts every year is essentially a brainchild of Param Pujya Swamiji. It is the most important effort of ashram to reach out to various components of the society, those are dealing with knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of education is said to be escorting a person from darkness to light, despair to hope, and from inaction to action. As an effort to illuminate the ignited minds that we have here today, let's light the lamp of the symposium, which is called the inauguration of the symposium. I request Dr. Gopalkrishna Joshi, the inaugurator, Executive Director of Karnataka State Higher Education Council, and all the dignitaries on the stage to come forward to light the lamp of hope, the lamp of action, the lamp of education together. Thank you, sirs. Now, the symposium for professors, lecturers, research scholars, and aspiring teachers, PRAJNA 23, is set to be inaugurated. I request Dr. Ramakrishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of India, to please address the gathering through inaugural speech.
Invoking the blessings of the Holy Trio, Swami Jitakamanandji, Swami Bodhamayanandji, respected Vinay Hegdeji, Professor Niranjana, Professor Raghutam Rao, and my link to this event, Captain Ganesh Karnik, Professor Dharma, other eminents who have come here, and my beloved teacher colleagues. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗನ್ಸಿದ್ದು ಅವರೇ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತವರು ಒಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಿಷನ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋರು. ಅಸೂಯೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಸೆ ಆಯಿತು ನನಗೂ. ನಾನು ಧಾರವಾಡದವನು, ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಭಾಷೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಸುದೈವಿ. ನಾನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಮನೆ, ನನ್ನ ಬಾಲ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಯೌವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೂ ಈ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಭಾವಿತನಾಗುವಂಥ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿತನಾಗಿ ಜೀವನನ ಆ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಬದ್ಧನಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸುವಷ್ಟು ಧೈರ್ಯ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಭಾಗವಾಗಲೂ ನಾನು ನಿಂತೆ. ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ನನಗೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಲಾಭಗಳು ಆಯಿತು, ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ನಷ್ಟಗಳು ಆಯಿತು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಲೀಲಿಕ್ಕಾಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಎದೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಸ್ಪೈನ್ಲೆಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಬದುಕಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಎದೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಲ್ಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನನ್ನೋ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನೇ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಲ್ಲ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್. I will come to my speech which I have prepared for today's context. The context of higher education has to be understood in terms of the new and the emerging world, its challenges and opportunities, India, its rich heritage, legacy, and its responsible role in shaping the new world, and our learner and the characteristics of 21st century learners. Today's world is described as a VUCA world. VUCA standing for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's a term that is often used to describe the current environment, but it can also apply to other areas of life. COVID is not only an excellent example for uncertainty, it also offered an opportunity to show the indomitable human spirit to combat, survive, and grow. India's story of vaccines and vaccination was an admiring effort, and it had IT and AI at the center of the whole process. It's paradox to observe the countries becoming inward-looking in this globalized world. We cannot be blind to digital divide and its impact, in addition to existing socio-economic divide that are detrimental to human development. Unmindful use of natural resources has made climate change a reality of the day. Sustainability and digital transformations are the major forces shaping the policies and actions in every space of life, including education. India today is the most populous country in the world. Recent estimate says India is ahead of China by 5 million. According to a study, our population will continue to grow till 2050. We also have the largest working age group population in the world. When I was in school days, I was told that population is the problem of this country. But today, the same policymakers are talking about demographic dividend. We have the responsibility of educating the largest working age group population of this country with right knowledge, skills and values to be able to contribute to socio-economic and sustainable development of our country. It is the responsibility of the government to put right policies in place and make proper investments, creating adequate job opportunities for youth. If you look at neighbors of our country, it won't take much of our efforts to realize what would happen in the absence of right policy, adequate planned investments on the part of government, which are hallmark of good governance. It is in this context that National Education Policy, NEP 2020, assumes significance. In fact, Education 4.0, which is rolled out during recently concluded World Economic Forum, also talks about the same aspects that are spoken in National Education Policy 2020. My understanding of the learner perspective in higher education is that when the learners move from school education to higher education, they are transiting from closed and supervised environment to an open and unsupervised environment, that too in their teens. It is the responsibility of the parents and teachers to guide them and mentor them during this transition. Research shows that motivation and self-regulation are two important differentiators of success. The purpose of higher education should include helping the learner develop motivation and purpose for life and acquire self-regulation skills in addition to acquiring subject expertise. This is where sayings of Swami Vivekananda make profound impact. Atmano mokshartham jagadhitaya cha, which is written here. I saw it in another place prominently being displayed. We are all blessed to be in such environment. My personal experience is also that for a human with clear purpose, he can channelize all his energy and work towards that. So in higher education, if only we are able to help our youth develop purpose and motivation for life, most of our job is done. They acquire everything that is required and then work towards realizing their goals. We need to create authentic learning experiences to our learners so that they develop competencies to solve complex problems of today's world using their disciplinary knowledge, working in multidisciplinary teams. There is a famous saying, it takes a village to teach a child. With universalization of education and urbanization phenomenon, education got confined within the boundaries of 4 walls. What cannot be taught in 1 hour and tested in 3 hours is completely taken away from educational experiences. Synthetic experiences have made education less relevant. However, enhanced priority for education in policy, visionary leadership, enabling governance, and investment in technology are the hope for academic community to make education relevant, purposeful, and joyful. We are going through historic times. It is called Amrit Kal by our Honorable Prime Minister. You can expect coordinated efforts between political leadership, bureaucracy, and academia directed by a forward-looking policy, NEP 2020. And this transformation envisaged in NEP 2020, it calls for It's a painful journey. It calls for personal commitment and sacrifices along with coordinated efforts from all stakeholders. Conventions of this forum will not only kindle the spirit of giving, they also energize and inspire all the stakeholders, bringing them together. Let's hope for and work towards making education relevant, purposeful, and joyful. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi, sir, has made some very important observations and given some very important remarks about today's education and the whole education scenario. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. N. Vinay Hegde, another respected guest of honor of today's event, to please come to the podium and share his thoughts.
ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಜಟಕಾನಂದಜಿಯವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಶಾಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಒಡನಾಡಿಯವರೇ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ, ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಎಂಬ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಏನು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೊಡನೆ ನಾವು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಿಂಚಿತವಾದ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆದರೆ, obviously I will think that you have become much more enlightened in the area of education. I have a small role in the field of education because I happen to be the Chancellor of Nitya Deemed University. I have my own thoughts. A lot of changes are happening in the educational field. One of the most important things is the entire nation is thinking what should be the media of education, whether English should be replaced by the state language, whether you should have one language, maybe Sanskrit, maybe Hindi, and that becoming the backbone of the education system. This is a very difficult question to answer. I personally feel, before thinking of those changes in the educational field, we must look at the negative part of it. This country, unfortunately, is not a one-centric nation. Maybe replacing English immediately may be a very difficult task. I personally feel that sufficient thinking should be done. We should not rush through and ensure that this nation remains as one nation. As an elderly person, I see the opinion of young people. I see different opinion in different states. Talking about my own state, Karnataka, there is a segment of people who believe that Kannada should be the medium of education, not in the school level only, but in the higher educational field. This is going to be a very huge task. I personally feel it's going to be a very huge task. Looking at the medical education, looking at the engineering education, looking at the liberal art education, bringing about change without splitting the country is a huge challenge. And I personally feel very serious thinking must be done there. Now the nation has decided to come with a national policy of higher education. National policy of higher education is from the field of accredited institution. That is, you are part of one university. Here there may be colleges of different places, like affiliated to Mangaluru University. There will be large number of institutions which are autonomous to an extent, but still part of a university. Ultimately, the government aid belief is the education in every institution should be part of a university. That is, every college must strive to become a university. This is a very broad thinking of the state government. And I personally believe it may take another 25 years, 30 years. Maybe it is one of the way the government should look at. But my worry is, can an individual institution assure a transparent education system? Individuals like me may have our own agenda. So maybe a central body like the university is a must. And I believe that if the education becomes part of individuals' whims and fancies, then maybe it may not serve the purpose. Swamiji and Dr. Joshi also mentioned that education obviously is the main forum by which bright young people should be offered to the nation. This country today has 130 crore people. And it is the intention of the government to see that majority of these children should develop a mindset that is that they should think highly about the country. They should think that they have some responsibility to the country, and more than the country, they are concerned for the upbringing of the population of this nation. And I believe no unthought of decision should be taken by the government. You should really think a change should be a change for betterment of the common people. That is about 130 crores people. That should be friendly to them. Can you suddenly change the education system here, where the higher education is dominated by English, to be transferred into Kannada or transferred into Hindi or any other language? And each one of us have our own opinion on the subject. But the main purpose of education, what is the main purpose of education? Purpose of the education is to become that all of us must be concerned about our fellow being. And you must have a broad heart. You must believe that you owe something to the people. You owe something to the nation. That is the purpose, or today is it job-centric? My own part of a large institution, I feel today every boy joins the college to get a degree. After the degree, the only purpose I should move forward to become a successful professional. Yeah, I do agree. Being a successful professional is an important part. But without the word prajna, I personally feel, unless each one of us start thinking in the same direction, because it's not a classroom where a teacher tells you something and you by heart it and then you write a paper and then you become a successful person. No, I don't believe it is the right way. You must love the purpose of an education. You should ensure that you become a complete part of the system. The innovative thinking and multiple thoughts being discussed, and each man having his own method of presenting it to the student. At the end of the day, every child who learns in an educational institution ultimately must become a very concerned person, a person who can offer his thought based on his family life, the society around you, and based on that, I understand this conference is meant for professors and teachers. And I personally believe a teacher is somebody has some part of his own thought being given, and he should ensure that the child who passes out of the portal of an education institution is a very knowledgeable person. A knowledgeable person, and his knowledge must be appreciated by all of us. I would don't want to get into any controversial area, but my own feeling is that education today in a particular language cannot be transferred to another language. The policy of the government, the future policy of the government must be that every higher education institution should strive to become an university. Then what about the transparency of the examination system? Each college, it also says that there should be option of different syllabus. Individual syllabus, a particular college may give science, commerce together, something may give different thing. I personally feel that we must believe that this sort of major change can only happen after serious thinking. A draft put forward by the government, unless it is discussed, unless its benefit and negativity is discussed, it may be a difficult thing to be useful. A particular government may be in office today, after some time another government comes and it takes a reverse role. What's the consequence of it also somebody must think. I believe that education is not related to a single party. Education must be applicable to all segments of the political system. And I believe the change of this nature should come, but must come after sufficient thought is given to it, and ensure every child who passes out the portal of a good university, a good institution, must be a very acceptable person as far as nation building is concerned. And I am very sure a program of this nature being sponsored by Ramakrishna Ashram is a right step forward. All of us must express ourselves and see that as a policy which will build a strong India, which will have one common goal. The growth of the nation is the main part. The second part is every single individual who takes benefit of education must be part of the growth of this nation. And I strongly believe a subject of this nature should not be implemented. Now the government is thinking in terms of foreign universities coming to India. The education system, whether it's the United States, whether it is China, are very different. And trying to bring it here without serious thinking on the subject may be a negative step to take. I am very sure the professors and teachers who are participating in this discussion, express yourself and tell what is the best thing as a teacher you expect to happen in the educational field. Because nobody is more knowledgeable than yourself. There are supposed to be a large number of professors here, large number of students here, large number of lecturers here. All of you are as intelligent as any other the policy makers. So express yourself, and I thank Ramakrishna Ashram for creating a platform of this nature so that education is built on a very sound platform. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on some important issues and concerns bothering the field of higher education today, and sharing your ideas from the deep knowledge you have gained through service in education sector. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another educationist on the stage as guest of honor today. That is Professor P.L. Dharma, Registrar Evaluation, Mangaluru University. I request you, sir, to please come out to the dais and share your thoughts with us.
I must to speak in English, but few words in Kannada. ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಪೂಜನೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳೇ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ, ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ಬದುಕುವ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ, ಬದುಕುವ ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಕನ್ಸೆಪ್ಚುಲೈಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೊಸ ಭಾಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಬರೆದಂಥ ಜೋಶಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಆಗಿರುವ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದಂಥ ನಿರಂಜನ್ ವಾನಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವೇ ದೇವರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಗೌರವಂತರಾದ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಜಿ ಅವರೇ, ಮಿಸ್ ಸ್ಮಿತ್, ಆ್ಯಂಕರ್, and then all my dear friends, youngsters. I must speak in English, but few words in Kannada with the permission of the organization. ಈ ಪವಿತ್ರವಾದ ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪೂಜನೀಯರ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಭಾಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ನಮನವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಅನ್ನುವ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಬಹಳ ಅಪರೂಪವಾದ ಕೆಲವು ನುಡಿಮುತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ. Let me just take you to a different world, which I think is very important these days, particularly when we all speak about higher education today. As you know, there are different luminaries here who have experimented with different kinds of education, not always necessarily the higher education. When I hear about education, and when I read about education, particularly higher education, I go back to my student days where I was taught about two important dialogues between one of the finest students and teachers which the world has produced. And later we too have other Guru-Shishya Sambandha, which I am going to speak to you in few minutes now. A word about Socrates and then Plato. And these two absolutely extraordinary minds that the world has produced have been talking and then having dialogue and raising few fundamental questions which we have not even answered today, as to what ought to be the education, forget about the higher education, what ought to be the education, and very particularly our Dr. Vinay Hegde sir said, the medium with which the education has to be imparted. The knowledge that we have about Western philosophy today, which Swami Vivekananda was very much attracted with, also has a root in this great dialogue that we have still, think about, read, and then enjoy, and begin to implement at different levels. And later we also have great teachers, student and the teacher dialogues that came in. And in modern India, interestingly, I have come across two important Guru-Sishyas, though father-son dialogue, but I see it as a Guru-Shishya Sambandha, and then a great dialogue is between Swami Vivekananda and his father. And we need to write many things, and we need to understand many things about this duo dialogue. That is something that takes me to the Western philosophy, particularly of 423 BC, where this dialogue was between Plato and Aristotle was taken up. What a fundamental, wonderful questions about which we are, deliberating upon today. What a wonderful idea that was given to all of us. What a wonderful roadmap that was given to all of us, which each one of these great people here on the stage are trying to implement in their own way, in one or the other, or in their own specific ways. One question that I always wanted to take upon and then discuss and then try to understand what it is was Swami, the young Narendra was asking, and why people are different, and why that this kind of diversity is existing in the life of our own society here. My dear young friends, this is something that we need to focus upon and then try to understand whenever and wherever we speak of the higher education today. Let's all say, as Vinay sir said, let's all say, yes, we have a problem of how to impart and what to do, what not to do. But the question that Narendra was asking, young boy was asking, is very inquisitive, which this country, owes in answering. This country has an obligation to answer. What is the diversity is all about? One question. Is the education system today represents this kind of diversity? And if that is there, and then we have another important question that needs to be understood. ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಫಿಲಾಸಫರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು, ಅವರು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಂದೆಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಮಾತು, ನಿನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಿವಿ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಧ್ಯಾನ, ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ವಿ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಿವಿಗಳು, ಈ ದೇಶ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ವಾಸ್ತವವನ್ನು, ಈ ಸಮಾಜದ ವಾಸ್ತವವನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಶಬ್ದಗಳಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅನ್ಹರ್ಡ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್, ಅನ್ಸ್ಪೋಕನ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್, ಅವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಇವು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ಭಾರತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಎರಡು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆದ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನ ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಕನಸು. ಅಂಥದ್ದೇನಾದರೂ ದೇವರು ನನಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದನ್ನೊಂದು ಇನ್ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮೂರನೇದು, ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದದ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಈ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕಾಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಷಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಈ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳೇನು? ಐ ನೋ ದ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹಿಯರ್ಡ್, ಯಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹಿಯರ್ಡ್, ಯಂಗ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹಿಯರ್ಡ್. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಭಾಗ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅನ್ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋರ್ಡ್, ಅನ್ಆನ್ಸರ್ಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಭಾಗ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯ ಭಾಗ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಯಾವ ಥರದ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ದಿ ಸಿವಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್, ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ದಿ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಜೆಕ್ಟರೀಸ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಾನ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್. And then you have still, there are certain things which needs to be worked out seriously, understood. How can it be possible in India? ಇದು ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕೇಳಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನ ಕಾಂಪೋನೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಂತೆ ಏಕಾಗ್ರತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಯ ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಪರಿಗಣಿಸದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. 100 ಜೋಶಿ ಸರ್ಗಳು ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಡೆದಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೂ ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸೂಚಿಸ್ತಾ, ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ದಿವಸದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳು ಫಲಪ್ರದವಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ದೇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್.
Professor P.L. Dharma is a professor of political science, and his dream that higher education should be a path for a person to understand which is untold or be sensitive to the world around comes true soon, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of this formal or the stage ceremony. Now I request Shri Ranjan Ballarpadi to please come to the dais and give the vote of thanks.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, respected dignitaries on the dais and delegates of the dais. So it's joy to propose a vote of thanks of PRAJNA, a symposium for lecturers, research scholars and aspiring teachers, say students. So first and foremost, I thank Pujya Swami Jitakamanji Maharaj, Adhyaksha Ramakrishna Mat Mangaluru, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, Swamiji. So I also thank today's resource person, Pujya Swami Bodhamayanandaji Maharaj, Adhyaksha Ramakrishna Mat Hyderabad. Thank you, Swamiji. So I thank today's inaugurator, Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, sir. I request Pujya Swami Jitakamanji Maharaj to give a memento to Gopal Krishna Joshi and bless him. It's fortunate to have Dr. N. Vinay Hegde sir on this occasion. I thank Dr. N. Vinay Hegde, Chancellor, Nitte, deemed to be University. Thank you, sir. I request Pujya Swamiji to give a memento to Dr. N. Vinay Hegde. I'm so happy that we have among with us Professor P.L. Dharma, Registrar Evaluation, Mangaluru University. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I request Swamiji to give a memento to Professor P.L. Dharma, Registrar Evaluation, Mangaluru University. I also thank Niranjan Vanhalli, Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University on this occasion. Thank you, sir. I also thank Captain Ganesh Karnik, sir, for being in this stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Thank you. So, by this, we end the stage program of PRAJNA 2023. So, there will be a tea break. The tea will be served on the basement of this auditorium. So, please have a tea and please be assembled here by 11:10. And the session will start in time. First and foremost, Professor Raghottam Rao will be taking a session on the nature, the best teacher, later, followed by Swami Bodhamayanandaji, the topic building nation in classrooms, later Professor Niranjan Vanhalli, empowering teachers, followed by the lunch break. So, my dear delegates, please be in the auditorium in time to keep our time and to complete the session and deliver thoughts to you all. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Welcome back, dear friends, for the second session of the day. A lifetime of a teacher goes in dotting the I's, crossing the T's, pressing the full stops, circling the cuts, and rewriting the sentences. And the miracle is a teacher with doing these everyday corrections builds a personality that runs the world. Our second session is Nature of the Best Teacher. Nature, the Best Teacher. It will be conducted by Professor Raghottam Rao K. I request Professor Raghottam Rao to please come over the stage and take his seat on the stage. I'm overwhelming to introduce Professor Raghottam Rao to the august audience. He has over 2 decades of teaching and training experience, having trained students, teachers, and corporates both in India and abroad. He has scripted and directed several documentaries, corporate films, and thematic educational films. A keen wildlife enthusiast, amateur naturalist, photographer, and adventure enthusiast. He is the recipient of Best Trainer and Humorist Award. Presently, he is the director of Manas Center for Training and Development in Bangalore. I request Sri Srivastava Nirjalu to please come on the stage and welcome Professor Raghottam Rao with the flower. Over to you, sir. Your topic, Nature, the Best Teacher.
ದಿವ್ಯ ತ್ರಯರಿಗೆ ನಮಿಸುತ್ತ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಜಿತಕಾಮಾನಂದಜಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೀಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ವಿಕ್ಲಿ. I have just about 30 to 35 minutes of time to interact with you. So let's not waste our time. I request all of you to settle down. Please, thank you. Well, friends, before I start my presentation per se, I want one clarification. Should I talk to you in Kannada or English or Kanglish? Kanglish. Okay, accepted. You know, this morning there was a debate and Dr. Vinay Hegde was, in fact, presenting his thoughts and said, what should be the language of instruction, the medium of instruction? This is going on for a very long time. But I, for one, since my young age, because of my teacher's influence, I always found that it is always the best is to have in our mother tongue. ಆಲ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡನ್. ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಾಷೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾರನ್ನಾದರೂ ಬೈಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ತುಳುನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಿರರ್ಗಳವಾಗಿ ಬೈತೀರಾ. ಅದು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಒಂದು 4-5 ಪದಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲಿ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎ ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್. So what we speak, you must understand, and what you tell me, I must understand. That's it. So let us not worry too much about anything else. Now that you have told me that it must be in Kanglish, I present it in Kanglish. Friends, this morning there was also a mention about our values. And there was also mention that we must keep our eyes and ears open. I always tell my participants, you must keep your ears open, eyes open, and the mind also open so that you are ready to learn. I wish all of you, please switch off your cell phones, because I was noticing in the inaugural function that some of you were totally engrossed. And I tell you today, because my topic is nature, the best teacher and the best healer also. In Japan, friends, of late, of course about 3-4 years ago it started, and now it has become very popular throughout the world. Adinna Shinrin Yoku anta karitare, Japanese terminology. Shinrin Yoku andre simple agi forest bathing anta karitare. Forest bathing andre ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ, ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಥವಾ ಓಡಾಡಿ, ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಮರವನ್ನು ತಬ್ಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಯು ಫೀಲ್ ದಿ ವೈಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೀ. It will increase serotonin obviously to a very good height, very good level, so that your stress will come down. ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೂರ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫು ಬರೀ ಮೊಬೈಲು, ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ಯಾಬು ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಸೀಮಿತ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಜೊತೆ ಒಡನಾಟ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅವೇ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಯು ಫೀಲ್ ಸೋ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ಡ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಗೋ ಟು ಎ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ where you don't have signals, I tell you, you are the blessed person. Because ಯಾವುದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇದಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಶಿನ್ರಿನ್ ಯೋಕು ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗೂ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವಿತ್ ನೇಚರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ತಿಮ್ಮಗುರು DVG ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಬಹಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೂದೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಕೆಳಕೂಟದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಸಂಗೀತದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಸಂಸಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೌನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾನುಭವಿಯಾಗು ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಂತ್ರವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಲೀಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಲೈಫ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಲಾಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಮೀ, ಸರ್ ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಫುಲ್ಲು ಸರ್, ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಸು ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೂದೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ವಿತ್ ನೇಚರ್, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೂತೋಟ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಕಾಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಆಶ್ರಮದ ಈ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನೀವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಹಾಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿ. ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಡೇ ಯುವರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಈಸ್ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ಡ್, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ಡ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೂದೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಕೆಳಕೂಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸತ್ಸಂಗ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಲ ಕಳೀರಿ. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಸಂಗೀತದಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಂಗೀತ ಆಲಿಸಿ, ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಯು. ಓದಿ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿ. ಸಂಸಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್, ಎಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಬಿ ದೇರ್. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮೌನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾನುಭವಿಯಾಗು ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ಯು ಸಿ, ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ DVG ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಸ್, ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಯು ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್. ನಿಜವಾದ ಕಲಿಕೆ ನೀವು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕಲಿತೀರಾ ಅದು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಲಿಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಏನು ಕಲಿತೀವಿ, ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಏನು ಕಲಿತೀವಿ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಪಾಠ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. DVG ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಪೊರೆಯನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳ ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಪೊರೆಯನ್ನು ತೆರೆದಾಗ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಸೊಗಸು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಪೊರೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಸುವವರು ನಿಜವಾದ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಅಂತ DVG ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಡೂ. ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಗೋ ಅವೇ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬೇಕು, ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ನೀಡ್, ಟುಡೇ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಸೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್. ಆದರೆ ಅದೇ ಸರ್ವಸ್ವ ಆಗಬಾರದು ನಮಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಟಾಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್, ನೋಡಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟಾಟ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್. ನಾನು ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಟೀಚರ್, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಫಾಲೋ ಮೈ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್, my students will certainly pick up values. I need not preach them. I must practice. That is why it is said, walk your talk, talk your walk. So students will certainly follow. I still remember my teacher. I very proudly say this because I was so impressed by him. ಅವರು ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಿನಾಪ್ಸಿಸ್ ಚೀಟಿ ತರೋರು, ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹರಿದು ಕಸದ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಹೋಗೋರು. ಒಂದು ದಿವಸವೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಜೇಬಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸತಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅದೇ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅದೇ ಚೀಟಿ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸತ್ತಲ್ವಾ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಜನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ನೋಟ್ಸು ಕಮಾನ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಡೌನ್, ಮುಗೀತಲ್ಲಿಗೆಟ್ಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಬ್ಬರು ತಮಾಷೆಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೋತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲಂತೆ. ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಯಾಕೋ ಬರ್ಕೋತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ? ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪನೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟು ಸರ್, ಆ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಸಿ, ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ us understand from nature. That is why I said nature the best teacher and the best healer. What is that we must learn? Friends, ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗಬಹುದು. ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಸರಿಗೆ ಬಿಹೇವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಬಿಹೇವ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎನ್ ಆ್ಯನಿಮಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಮ್ ಐ ರೈಟ್? ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಮುರುಗದಂತೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಡ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮೃಗಗಳ ಹಾಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದನ್ನು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಯಾಕೆ? ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು. ನೋಡಿ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾನು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎನ್ ಅಮೆಚ್ಯೂರ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿಸ್ಟ್, ಐ ವರ್ಕ್ ವಿತ್ ನೇಚರ್, ಇನ್ ನೇಚರ್. ನನ್ನ ಸಣ್ಣ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಾಡು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ, ಹೌದಪ್ಪ, ಕಾಡು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಡು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿದೆ, ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಕಾಡುವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿದೆ. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಕಾಡುವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಗುಡ್. ಅವಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರವೂ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮಗೇನೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಹಾಗಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಾವಿಗೆ ಹಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಷವಿದ್ದರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ದೇಹವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಷವಿದೆ. ಸಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಎಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಆಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇತ್ತಂತಂದರೆ, okay. Now, I have got a chit from the organizers which says I must speak to you in English. So I switch over. Because some of you said, Konglish. I said, okay, fine, don't worry. Now, our elders, our ancestors were so good in observing nature, and they have given us wonderful lessons by observation. A bird called koyal, which is called kogile in Kannada, another name for koyal is paraputta. Paraputta because koyal is a brood parasite. Koyal doesn't build a nest. It would invariably go and lay its egg in one of the bird's nest, and usually the crow's nest. So the crow will not know that it is koyal's egg, and it would hatch, it would feed, it would bring it up, and that is why it is called paraputta, adopted child. It is not its own chick, it is adopted. That was the observation of our ancestors, and that is why I say keep your eyes open, ears open, and observe. Now you see, in nature, this is a colony of emperor penguins in Antarctica. Emperor penguins in Antarctica, when it is winter, the entire thing is frozen. Sometimes the temperature drops to minus 60 degrees. When the temperature drops to minus 60 degrees, it is so chilly, and chilly winds are also blowing. What they do is they all huddle together, and it's called the great huddle of emperor penguins. Sometimes you notice 50,000 individuals in one huddle. When they huddle, those who are in the inner circle get that heat, and those who are out, they will be experiencing that chillness. But what happens? A wonderful lesson for all of us, the human beings. They keep moving. A few seconds, Ones which are in the inner circle, they come out to the second circle and then the third, the fourth and fifth and so on. And those who are out of the circle will start moving into the inner circles. This keeps on happening. Continuously it happens. And it is a sight to watch. Just imagine, same situation. If we so-called educated human beings are placed, what would happen? One who is very strong will always be in the central circle. And people like me will be out of the circle, and we will be out of the world also. Because if you are there for a few minutes, your body will freeze. But no one has taught them, no symposium, no workshop. They have learnt it and they are following that principle throughout their life. That is the speciality. Another speciality of emperor penguins, friends, this is so astonishing. We talk about leadership. Swami Vivekananda was the first person who gave the concept of servant leadership to the world. People were not aware of this particular style of leadership. Even today in management, we talk about different types of leadership, but it was Swami Vivekananda who said, you must be a servant if you want to be a leader. You must be ready to be serving. If you are a servant, you can become a good leader. And that is why today people talk about servant leadership as a very important model. And I draw a parallel from these penguins. When the continent is frozen, friends, for about 4 or 5 months, penguins have no food. They starve. And onset of summer, the sun starts coming up, shining brightly, the ice starts breaking. That is the time for all the penguins to enter the deep waters of the sea for fishing. But they also know that there are other predators in the water waiting for the food. So the predators are waiting in the water, and if penguins dive, they are also there to catch them. Who should go first? Very interestingly, friends, the leader of the colony, it says, I am going. He is ready to sacrifice. One of the greatest qualities of a very good leader is to be ready to sacrifice. So the leader penguin says, I am going. And he takes a plunge. He dives. All other penguins are waiting on the strip of ice. And if he comes back, friends, I tell you, you must see that scene of celebration, joyous celebration of all the members of the colony. They start clapping with their flip. And they are so happy, all of them die. But if the leader doesn't come back, what happens? Interestingly, the next in command will jump. So the next person, the second line of leadership, will take over and say, I am ready to sacrifice. He goes. Once again, imagine human scenario. What happens? You will be ready to push somebody else and you will not take a dive. And that is why I say, please learn from animals and behave like animals. Don't behave like animals. Another very important aspect of this penguin's life, friends, is when the mother penguin lays the egg, it is so cold and it cannot deposit on the ice because within a few seconds the egg will freeze. So she will first keep that on her feet, then transfer that egg to the feet of the male, the partner. He keeps the egg on his feet, covers it with a pouch, it's called the baby pouch, covers it, and takes care of the baby for 2 to 3 months continuously without going for a fishing break. Imagine this, the role of a father. It's not just the mother. Mother, she would lay the egg and then transfer and go for fishing. But this father takes the responsibility for 2 to 3 months, protects the egg, and when she comes back, transfers the chick to the mother and he goes. This once again goes without any problem. Everything works beautifully. And that is why we say, let us understand these values. We say, among human beings, mostly, as I have seen, mothers, they take a lot of responsibility. And we men, we are very, very comfortable. But among some of these animals, they are so good. Even among elephants, friends, very interestingly, by any chance, the mother dies after delivery, the baby is immediately adopted by the other females in the herd. And the herd is ruled by the female, not the male. There is a misconception. Male is not the leader. Male is not the dominant person in the family. It is the male. And it is the female. And if something happens, immediately all other females, it could be sisters or it could be aunts, they start taking care of the calf. And not only that, any calf in the herd is in danger, all of them come together for rescue. That is once again a very important value that we need to learn from elephants. And one more thing is, we talk about materials management. Friends, you must learn from elephants. They don't stand at one place and continuously keep feeding. They keep on moving. And if they stand in one place for 2 days, the entire area becomes barren. Because that is the quantity of food that they need. They know, so what they do is they keep walking. As they walk, they start feeding. They don't stop at a particular place, even if the food is abundant. Unlike human beings. What we do, if you find something very comfortable, you stay there. You don't go out of it. Because you always want to be in your comfort zone. But elephants are not like that. They keep moving. That's very important. See, this is what I was telling you. This is how, the male emperor penguins protect their chicks on their feet. And imagine, they can't even move. Standing there for 2 to 3 months like that with the chick on the feet. Imagine how difficult it is. But they are ready to sacrifice for the sake of the chick. Well, one of the greatest examples for us is a tree. We call that as taru. It is an eloquent symbol of selfless service. The tree stands in the sun, giving you shade. And not only that, a tree is an ecosystem by itself. It supports so many forms of life. So many forms of life. Some small creatures to mammals and reptiles and whatnot. It is an ecosystem by itself. And that is why we say, if at all we want to lead a good life, we must learn from this tree. And this is essential for us. Even teachers, a good teacher is supposed to be like a big banyan tree. A big banyan tree. Small seeds that you sow. Small seeds from the fruit of a banyan tree can once again give birth to any number of trees, and it can become a forest. So also a good teacher is like a banyan tree who can spread and give life to students. And that is very, very important as a value for teachers. Another great value that we need to learn from animals is, this monkey is called langur. Langur monkey, or it's also called Hanuman monkey. And humorously people say it's also called question mark monkey because the tail is always like a question mark. So that itself is a very important value. We must question. When we want to learn, we must question. So please allow your students to question you. That's a great value for a teacher. Please allow. And what happens is, very interestingly, we talk about what is called as symbiosis. This langur monkey and this chital, the spotted deer as we call, they have a very important relationship in the wild, in the forest. This langur monkey, when it's on the tree, it starts eating fruits, but when he looks down, it would find some chitals under the tree, And you know what he does? Immediately, he would pluck some fruits and throw it so that, the deers can eat, because, it knows the deer cannot climb a tree and eat the fruits. It would eat some, throw some. There is that symbiotic living. And what we say, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. Such a wonderful example for us. And not only that, there is another very important role. What they do is, the monkey which is on top of the tree, if it locates a predator, a leopard or a tiger or a bear, some predator, it would immediately give a warning call. It would immediately start shouting a warning call to the deer because it's on the floor, and it say, please be careful, save your life. And sometimes, when the deer spots a predator, it would also give a signal to the monkeys, because leopards can climb the tree very fast. So it will give a signal to the monkeys and say, be careful, there is a predator. This is how they live, and this is what the value that we need to learn from animals. Well, friends, finally, before I conclude, when we talk about this, flowing water, people say all of us must learn some values from this flowing water. When it starts flowing, it starts as a trickle, then becomes a small pond and a small rivulet, and then a river system, and then it would join the sea ultimately. It has its goal. So it starts its journey as a small trickle, but ends up joining a sea as a very huge river system. But during the course of its flow, it faces a lot of challenges. Sometimes, you find a huge rock. So what it does, it tries to break with the force flowing water. It tries to break, but once it comes to know that it cannot break, it says, okay, let me give up, let me take a bend. That must be our attitude. There is one mantra which is called Serenity Mantra. This will give us peace of mind in life if you follow Serenity Mantra, which is taught by a flowing river. What is this mantra? It says, you must have the will to change what you can. You must have courage to accept what you cannot. And you must also have wisdom to know the difference. I have the will to change. The river says, yes, I will break. But once it tries and understands that I cannot break, it accepts it. It says, yes, no problem, I will change my course. That is the courage that all of us must have. Don't prepare for failures, but if there are failures, accept. That is the greatest value that we need to learn from flowing waters. So it will certainly do that. Sometimes you will have seen, when you see a waterfall and then, the gushing waters, you will have seen the rocks, bored, and, they are cut. And when they can't do it, they change. They reach their goal. That is very, very important. And finally, friends, there is one beautiful short film that I want you to watch carefully. This film will explain about what good qualities that we need to learn from small animals, and particularly birds here. It is about team building, it is about leadership, it is about humanitarian considerations. We say humanitarian considerations, but I would say animals. Please watch this carefully, and then we will wind up. So friends, you have seen for yourselves, this is a small bird which can teach us so many values, and we talk about human values. This is an example, and before I conclude, I must request all of you, please encourage your students to take up a very healthy hobby. And I, for one, being an amateur naturalist, I always say, for students, the best hobby is bird watching. If you start bird watching, there are imminent advantages. You learn to be silent. You will have patience. You will have improved observation. You walk a lot. You are in nature. You de-stress yourselves. You take more oxygen, which means your brains work more actively. And apart from that, you will not be fussy. All these values we can pick up if we start observing birds as a hobby. But unfortunately, sometimes, what happens is, very recently I was in an engineering college in Bangalore. I was to talk on the wonderland of Indian birds, and I just asked them, how many of you go bird watching? Majority of the boys raised their hands. I was so happy, because normally one or two would raise their hands when I asked them about bird watching. But here in this college, majority of them raised their hands. I said, wonderful. Where do you go? They said, MG Road, sir. So bird watching, their perception of bird watching is entirely different. So now what I do when I address youngsters, I always tell them winged birds, so that there is no confusion. Friends, so my request to all of you is this: please encourage them. You also start practicing this. You will de-stress, you will be very healthy, and obviously you will be inspired, and you will become excellent teachers, excellent researchers. And even for research scholars, my request is, take up something related to nature where you can really find some good, have some good outcome. Your research must add value to the society. It's not merely the PhD degree that you get and 4 additional increments that you get. No. It must have some meaning. That is very important. Otherwise, I still remember, once we had Justice Saldhana, former Justice of Karnataka High Court. He was mentioning, one of his friends, it seems, was not seen for about 6 months. And then suddenly he appeared, and Saldhana asked him, where were you? He said, sir, I was very busy preparing my thesis. Thesis? Are you working for your PhD? Yes, sir, I got my PhD. Wonderful. What is the subject? It seems he said, behavior of earthworms under intoxication. What subject and what research? He gets a PhD for this, and he also gets 4 additional increment. Now, what is the use of such PhDs? It's absolutely no use. Do something constructive, which would add value to the society, which would give you satisfaction, and people remember you for your good work. That is why it is said, glory is long forgotten, the deed is remembered. Let us do that. Thank you very much for staying so patiently with me. I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much. Sri Ramakrishna Parama.
Thank you, Professor Raghutam Raoji, for telling us so many things about the nature around. Ladies and gentlemen, there is so much to learn and get inspired from the nature around. And thank you for this lively session. I request Swami Jitkamanandji Maharaj to come over the dais and hand over the memento to Professor Raghutam Raoji as a token of our love and respect. Swamiji, I request you to please be on the stage for a while to escort Swami Bodhamayanandaji most revered Adhyaksha of Sri Ramakrishna Math, Hyderabad, Swami Bodhamayanandaji encourages students to develop self-confidence and build a strong character through life and teachings of Swami Vivekananda. Swamiji is successfully organizing youth conversation and personality development classes through Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence. Today, Swamiji will enlighten us on the topic, Building Nation in Classroom, which we are all supposed to be doing in our perspective schools and colleges. I request Swami Jitkamanandaji Maharaj to please welcome Swami Bodhamayanandaji with the flower. Thank you, Swamiji. Over to you, Swamiji.
जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ओम्। My humble pranams to revered Swami Jitakamanji Maharaj, Adhyaksha of this center. My namaskars to Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi ji, Professor Niranjan Vanali ji, our good friend Ganesh Karnik ji, and all other volunteers and invitees. My namaskars, greetings to all of you. Education, education, education in your life, in everybody's life. And today we are discussing this in the premises of Ramakrishna Math under the main title called PRAJNA, which can be translated as consciousness, which can be translated as awareness, which can be translated as spiritual progress. Prajna Paramita Stotram, Bhagavan Buddha. After realization, he gave this stotram to the whole world. And that is why people started meditating, going inward, in the classroom or outside the classroom. Just now you heard Professor Raghutam Rao speaking about what you can learn from nature. And this nature is Bahya Prakriti, Manasika Prakriti. There is something called nature in the mind, as well as nature what we see around. In Bhagavatam, there is the great guru called Avadhuta. When he was asked, who is your guru? He said, I have 24 gurus. And who are they? One bee, honey bee, is my guru. The jinke is my guru. The spider is my guru. The elephant is my guru. The tiny baby crawling on 4 legs is my guru. The lotus is my guru. The sunrise is my guru. The sunset is my guru. And he had 24 gurus. He said, every guru has taught me something and I am continuing to learn something. And when morning this inauguration and wonderful illuminating talks, thoughtful talks, interesting thoughts were being placed before you, it just struck me. This great country of ours, which we should be proud of, it has become so complicated, so uncertain, so confusing, so puzzling, even after 75 years of our education. That nation which gave the best of knowledge to the whole world is debating what kind of education we have to give. Should we be joyous of the Amrita Mahotsav, or should we weep over why we got this independence? "90 countries' students were studying in India, called the Nalanda University, Takshashila University, Odantapur University. And we are debating and confusing and putting all sorts of negative ideas into our education system. I sent this morning link, the live streaming link, to some of my volunteers and students in Hyderabad and in parts of the country. One young girl who is a scientist, who may be watching this, sitting in her office or room, she is a young upcoming scientist, appearing for so many tests in IISc Mangaluru. She comes from a far-off village. She says more and more such programs as necessary. And my dear professors or university vice chancellors, please excuse me what she has mentioned. Professors are talking nonsense in the classroom on spirituality. Just 5 minutes, 1 hour back, I got the message. Professors are talking nonsense on spirituality and what will happen to the nation whose very backbone is spirituality. I would like to ask the question of people of Mangaluru and Karnataka and India. Which university did Purandaradasa go? Which university did Tyagaraya Swami go? Which university did Kanakadasa go? Or Vijayadasa Swami go? Which university Shabari went? Or even Valmiki went, whom one of the governments called him a Dalit leader, made him political also. Which university Vyasa Maharshi went, who wrote the Mahabharata and the Ashtadasha Puranas and the Bhagavatam Mahabharata for us. And today we are debating about caste and creed and religion in education. We have forgotten that the sun is a sun is a sun. Surya Bhagavan in Arabia, Surya Bhagavan in Mangaluru, are they different? The rose is a rose is a rose, we forgot that. And in the classroom called Dakshineshwar Temple, a small room in Dakshineshwar Temple in Kolkata, a mighty spiritual university was being conducted by an illiterate priest called Sri Ramakrishna, who did not go beyond 3rd standard. He was a school dropout. And Sri Ramakrishna gave us Swami Vivekananda. With what university degree? Vivekananda says, if there is any medicine in Kolkata manufactured by Europeans or English people or Ayurveda, where I can forget what all I studied in the university and sit at the feet of the man, I'll be the first person to take that medicine. And today people are doing research on Sri Ramakrishna's parables and getting PhDs. The stories of Sri Ramakrishna and parables are used in communication in our institute in Hyderabad. How Sri Ramakrishna told stories of the highest Vedanta. The complicated Vedanta of the Upanishads, Sri Ramakrishna put it into stories. You are struggling about concentration, Sri Ramakrishna observes how the women in Kamarpukur in his village are doing multitasking and leading the most peaceful life. He observed one lady was keeping her tiny baby on her lap, nursing the baby, providing nourishment and milk to the baby. And at the same time, whenever a customer comes, she is giving pappu, uppu, etc. 100 grams, 200 grams. And at the same time, after some time, she is grinding her atta, flour, and seeing that her left hand is not crushed under the stone. She is concentrating there. And suddenly one customer comes and says, Amma, 5 rupayi loan kodu nanige. Ivattu hana illa. Pappu kodu, adu uppu kodu nanige. Adhanya kodu. She says, you fellow, 3 days back you told the same thing. First pay the old loan, then I will give you. She is doing her accounting also. And at the same time, Sri Ramakrishna says, where is her mind? One on the hand and one on the child. And she is doing business. And at the end of the day, she is the most happiest person. She does not go into stress management courses. How she is able to do? Why she is able to do? And we are very busy and get tired at the end of the day. Where is that education that we are talking about? In the Acharya Upadesha of the Taittiriya Upanishad, or in the Bhagavad Gita Kurukshetra, where the Vrindavana Krishna, the Udupi Krishna becomes Gita Acharya, becomes the Parthasarathi of Arjuna. Which university did they go? Why are we struggling so much when Indian education is so simple and so beautiful and so technical also? Yate kashta padta idivi? Finally, end of the day, when in one of the big meetings and my recordings which was sent to AICTE on providing human excellence values in the engineering college education in the Swayam portals, in the beginning, as my tradition, as my offering to God, I just chanted what is called Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvi Navadhitamastu Mavidvishava, and started my introductory talk 10 minutes because they wanted to know what human excellence is, so that will it be useful to engineering students. And what did the message I get back from the assistant director? Please delete the shloka Sahana Bhavatu from your video. What is your problem, sir? Secularism. Nagu barutto alu barutto gottagta illa nanige. Court al case hakbeka? Sahana Bhavatu, Sahanau Bunaktu. Yaru heliddu Ramakrishna bagge? May he protect us both, teacher and the student. May he nourish us both, the teacher and the student. And what we are doing in the classroom, Saha Viryam Karavavahai. May it give us strength. May we work together with great energy. Mavidvishavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu. Let the teacher become brilliant. Let the student also become brilliant. Paraspara bhavam. And let there not be any misunderstanding between us. Let there not be any fighting between us. Ma vidvishavahai. Let there be happiness at end of 4 o'clock. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಲ್ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಅವನು ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನನಗೆ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಡೆಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯುಲರಿಸಮ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಹೌಸ್? ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೇಕ್ರೆಡ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯುಲರ್. ಪಾದರಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಚಪ್ಪಲಿಗೆ ಪಾದರಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ದಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫೀಟ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾತದು, ಪಾದರಕ್ಷೆ. ಬ್ರೂಮ್ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ. ಇಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಸ್ ಯು ಟು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹೌಸ್. ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ದ ಬ್ರೂಮ್ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್. ವಿಜಯದಶಮಿನ ದಿವಸ ಏನು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವರ್ಷಿಪ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೆಥೋಸ್ಕೋಪ್. ಅನ್ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ವರ್ಷಿಪ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್. ಎ ಕಾಬ್ಲರ್ ವರ್ಷಿಪ್ಸ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಟೂಲ್ಸ್. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ವರ್ಷಿಪ್ಸ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಪ್ಲೌ. And we say Sahana Bhavatu ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ. Will India want only lullabies? Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. What is that nonsense English poem we thought? Jack and Jill went up the hill. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ವಾ? ಅವನು ಇಂಗ್ಲೆಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋ ಇದನ್ನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಜಾಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜಿಲ್ ಹೋದರು, ನೀರು ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದರು, ಲೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್. ಬೋತ್ ಫೆಲ್ ಡೌನ್, ವಾಟರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವೆಂಟ್ ಡೌನ್. ಇದನ್ನು ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೈತಾರೆ, ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ. ಯು ಆರ್ ವೇಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಪುಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಪೈಪ್ ಲೈನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಹಿಲ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಹೌಸ್. ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬೀರ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಎನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್. ಈ ಮೆಕೋಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಧ್ವಂಸ. ಯಾವ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ ಮೆಕೋಲೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ನೋ ಅದೇ ವರ್ಷ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು, ಮರಿಬೇಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಪುರಂದರದಾಸರ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ PhD ಸಂಪಾದಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಪುರಂದರದಾಸರ ತತ್ವ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿದುರನಿ ಭಾಗ್ಯವಿದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆನಂದಪಟ್ಟರು ಪುರಂದರದಾಸರು. ಆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ವೈ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಗ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಓವರ್ ದಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್, ನಾರ್ತ್ ಆರ್ ಸೌತ್? That is why Swami Vivekananda said, if the education system does not go to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the education system, have off-campus education system. My dear friends, respected teachers, I don't know how many of you are aware of the fact that this year is very, very important for all of us. Not just Ramakrishna Math, not just Ramakrishna Mission, not just a Hyderabad Center, but all of you are stakeholders because you are citizens of this great country. Number one, Amrita Mahotsav is being celebrated. Number two, the background of Amrita Mahotsav ತಿಳಿದಿರಬೇಕು. How we got that freedom? Who was the messiah? Who was the founder? Who was the dynamo of that freedom movement? I am telling you not because I am just in Ramakrishna Math as a monk. Go back to Indian history, what Rajagopalachari said. But for Vivekananda, we would not have gained freedom. We would lost our religion also. Everything owes to Vivekananda. Go to Parliament House. Apart from all the statesmen, all the political leaders, all the other great leaders from 1947 till today, there is a vigraham, there is an image of Swami Vivekananda who never entered into political party or political system. Everybody goes there, even the leftists go there and offer a homage to Swami Vivekananda on 12th January. Isn't it our pride of having Vivekananda in us? But sometimes people in Karnataka also say, oh, Vivekananda belongs to Bengal. This is your foolish education. Mustached babies only talk like that. Namby-pamby, goody-goody, without understanding Vivekananda. 125 years ago, this man thundered from Colombo in Sri Lanka to Almora in the Himalayas. He shook the very foundations of the Indian subcontinent. 29 lectures. Nema table ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಇವತ್ತಿಂದ. Before going to college, read at least 2 pages of those lectures. You'll feel so strong, so energetic, so sacrificing. As much as a soldier in Siachen Glacier. As much as a teacher guarding the nation who will produce future commanders and presidents of this great country. Ashtu Shakti Bharatti. 29 lectures, called the lectures from Colombo to Almora. ಏನೇನು ಕೊಟೇಶನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀರೋ, ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ಓದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀರೋ, ದಿ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್, ದ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇದು ಮಹಾಸಮುದ್ರ. ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಪೂನಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕೊಟೇಶನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಹುಡುಗರು ಸ್ಟೋನ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡೆದು ಬಸ್ಸಸ್ ಬರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತುಂಬ ಧ್ವಂಸ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು 2014. Early morning, stone writing is going on near Osman University. One stone fell on an old man who was going in the road. ಅವನು ಕಲ್ಲು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾತಿಕಯ್ಯ, ಹುಡುಗನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, Osman University ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಯಾತಿಕಯ್ಯ ಕಲ್ಲು ಅಡ್ತೀರಿ? Our own people, our own buses, our own this one, go to Delhi and fight, not in the streets of Hyderabad. It doesn't work like that. ಆಗ ಅವನು ಹುಡುಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನಂತೆ, ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನಂತೆ, Swami Vivekananda told, you can do anything and everything. ಇದು ಕರ್ಮ. ಇದು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅವನಿಗೆ? ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಟು ಕಟ್ somebody's throat. Vivekananda told, rebuild India, don't break India. ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಮದರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು. ಕಲ್ಲೆಸಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅನದರ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇದೆ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಲ್ಲೂ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಲೂ. ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶ್ರಮದ ಮುಂದೆನೇ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರ ಹುಚ್ಚತನದಲ್ಲಿ. Swami Vivekananda says, you can go to heaven by playing football rather than to the study of the Gita. ಸೆಮಿಕೋಲನ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಓದಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಟ್ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಓದೋದು ನೆಸೆಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಉಸ್ಮಾನ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಹಾತ್ಮರು ಯುವಕರು ಆಫ್ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಫುಟ್ಬಾಲು ಆಡಲ್ಲ, ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆನೂ ಓದಲ್ಲ, ಪಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ತಿಂತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ಮಲಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ. He doesn't play football, he doesn't study Gita. ಅದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೊಲಂಬೋ ಟಾಲ್ಮರ ಬುಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಮೆಡ್ರಾಸ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತಾ ಬೆಟರ್ ವಿತ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬೈಸೆಪ್ಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗರ್. ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆಲ್ತ್. ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡು, ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡು, ಬೆನ್ನು ಬಗ್ಸು, BP ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೋ, ಆಗ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತಾ ಓದು. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತಾ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ ಪಾರಾಯಣ ಗೀತಾ, ಇಟ್ ವೋಂಟ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಗೀತಾ. So my dear friends, that real education starts when we understand what exactly Swamiji gave us. 125 years old lecture, second celebration nadita ide ಈಗ. It will go on till next year January. The second important celebration apart from the other two is 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission Foundation. That is also a very historical moment in our country. Na bhuto na bhavishyati. After Bhagavan Buddha, 2600 years ago, it is another sannyasi who starts an organization for Bahujana Hitaya Bahujana Sukhaya, for the happiness of the many, for the welfare of the many. Along with that, Atmano Moksha. Buddha ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡು. ಭಗವಾನ್ ಬುದ್ಧ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಏನ್ರಿ? ಆತ್ಮ ದೀಪೋ ಭವ ಆನಂದ. ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? July 4th, 1902, 7 o'clock in the evening, before leaving his body at 9 o'clock, he told his brahmachari sevak, leave me alone, you go and meditate, after 1 hour I will call you. ಬುದ್ಧ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ? ಆತ್ಮ ದೀಪೋ ಭವ, ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ. ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಟೇಟ್. ಎರಡು ಮಹಾತ್ಮರ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ನೋಡಿ. ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡು, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡು, ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡು. ಕಾಂಕರ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ನೇಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೂ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್. If Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore has come up thanks to Jamshedji Nasronji Tata and Sister Nivedita, who fought for that institute till 1905, it is because of Swami Vivekananda's meditation and vision and mission. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾಗೆ, ಅದೇ ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಟಾಟಾ ನಸ್ರೋಂಜಿ ಟಾಟಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ. But Vivekananda said, why do you want technical knowledge from others? Why don't we make something in India? Brilliant idea, brilliant discussion. 3 hours naditante. Iವರು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರು, ಇವರು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರು. After 4 years, Vivekananda comes back to see a beautiful letter from Jamshedji Nasronji Tata in Kolkata. My dear Vivekananda, you remember me as your co-passenger, and you gave me the idea, you inspired me to start an institute where asceticism, meditation, spirituality will shake hands with science and technology. I am offering 25-30 lakhs for that institute. Please accept. And nobody else I can know in this country other than Vivekananda to become the director of Indian Institute of Science ಅಂತ ಟಾಟಾ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ? ಆ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಟಾಟಾ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಯಿತು? ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದಿತ್ತು, ಆಯಿತು. It is there, the beautiful letter of Tata on the office of the director of IISc. ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿ. It's a ತೀರ್ಥಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಭಾರತ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ, ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮರೆತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ನಾವು. There may be differences in application, but there should not be differences in our communication and in our understanding. Teach your students in the classroom, be like the Pandavas, not like the Kauravas. Simple and straight. About self-identity, about inspiration, about dharma, about adharma, about karma, akarma. The government may tell you what to teach, but you can use your heart and head combination about the presentation. How to teach. What to teach, ನಿಮಗೆ syllabus ಇದೆ. How to teach is in your hands. Be like the Pandavas. Pandavara ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ? ಹೇಳಿ ಅಮ್ಮ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ? Who is the head? Yudhishthir. Second? Bhima. Third? 4? 5? 5 are there. Wonderful. Pancha Pandavas. How many Kauravas? 100 plus one sister was there. So sister pakala 100 Kauravas, brothers. Head yaru? Elder brother? Duryodhana. Second yaru? Dushasana. Moro? Nalaku? 17? ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೇಳಬೇಡಿ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೂ ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ 1 and 2 ಗೊತ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಈ 1 and 2 ಐನೋ 98 are only Xerox copy. Control-C, Control-V. ದುರ್ಯೋಧನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದುರ್ಯೋಧನ ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಚ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಫೈಟ್ ಅಂದ ಫೈಟ್, ಆಲ್ ಡೈಡ್. ಕೇವಲಂ ಪಂಚ ಏವ. Each different from the other, but all together. It was not that everybody what Yudhishthira did, Bhima agreed. They had differences. But for the sake of dharma, they stood together. That is why Krishna becomes servant leader, becomes Partha Sarathi. And even Purandaradasa hadide, Arjuna is sleeping, Pandavas are sleeping. This Jagannatha, Udupi Krishna, is washing the feet of the cows, of the horses in the battlefield. ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಹಾಡಿದೆ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಡಸ್ ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೋಸ್ ಹೂ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ಧರ್ಮ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಲೆಟರ್ ಬರೀತಾರೆ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾದಿಂದ ಮೆಡ್ರಾಸ್ಗೆ. ಗೋ ನೌ ಟು ದ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿ ಇನ್ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇನ್. ಮೇಕ್ ಎ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ದ ಬೆಲ್ವೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕೌಹರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ದ ಸಾರಥಿ ಆಫ್ ಅರ್ಜುನ is ready to be our ಸಾರಥಿ. But continue, ನನ್ನ question, are we ready? Are we ready to take Krishna as our Sarathi? We are not ready. We want only Krishna Prasadam. We want Krishna Laddu, Alva, Paisa, but we don't want Krishna. ಆ ಥರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. So how did this Ramakrishna mission work? How did it originate? Only 16 people, 16 young boys who became monks, who sacrificed everything, whom Vivekananda went from house to house and got them together. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಭವನೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು. ಹಾಯಾ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ. ಆ ಭರನಗರ್ ಮಠ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಭೂತ ಬಂಗ್ಲಾ 12 ಜನ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ದ ಡೆವಿಲ್ಸ್ ವುಡ್ ರನ್ ಅವೇ ಸೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಡಿಡ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್? 1 ಧೋತಿ, 1 ಪಂಚೆ, 16 ಜನ ಉಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತೆ. ನೋ ಮನಿ, ನೋ ಫುಡ್, ಓನ್ಲಿ ರೈಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಾಲ್ಟ್. ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಿಷನ್ ಒರಿಜಿನ್ ಅದು. ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಗಂಗಾ ತೀರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ಸಮುದ್ರ ತೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿದೆ, ಐದು ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ನ್ಯೂಯಾರ್ಕಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದು. ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರ, ಹೋಗಿ ನಾನು ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾರ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ, ಅಗರ್ತಲಾಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ, 700 ಜನ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ಸ್, ದಿ ಅಗರ್ತಲಾ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ಸ್, ನಾರ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ಸ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗುರುಕುಲ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೋಗಿ ಹಾತಾಮುನಿಗೂಡ, ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ GPS ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಹಾತಾಮುನಿಗೂಡ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಮುನಿಗೂಡ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹಾತಾಮುನಿಗೂಡ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ GPS ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಜಾಗ್ರಫಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 100 acres ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಬೈ ಬಿಜು ಪಟ್ನಾಯಕ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ದೆನ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ ಟು ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಿಷನ್, ಫ್ರೀ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. 700 ಜನ ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ಸ್ 5ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯಿಂದ 12ನೇ ತರಗತಿವರೆಗೂ ದೇ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದಿ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸಸ್ ಇನ್ ಗುಜರಾತ್, ಇನ್ ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾ. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ. 700 ಜನ ಹುಡುಗರು ಮನೇಲಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಜಂಗಲ್ಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್. ವೇರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ. ದಿ ವಾರ್ಡನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ವೆಂಟ್. Out of 700, believe me, only 30 people had electricity. India today. 670 for 2 years, no education. We could not contact them. And one Swami went, Raghu Maharaj by name, a warden of the children department of 5th standard, 6th standard. He saw in a forest, some saris were tied, horizontal, vertical, here and there on the trees. He thought some ladies of the village have put their saris for drying after washing. And one old lady was going there with half sari. He said, Amma, ye ladka kahan hai? ಈ ಹುಡುಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾನೆ? ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ, ಅವನ ಏನೋ ಸೋ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್. ಆ ಮಹಿಳೆ ವೃದ್ಧ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಲೇಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳಂತೆ, ಓ ಇದರಿಯಾಯ್, ಓ ಇದರಿಯಾಯ್ ಅಂತ ಚೀರೆಗಳ ಇದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನಂತೆ. ಹಾಂ, ಕ್ಯಾ ಹೈ ये सारी से ये सुखाने के लिए रखा है? नहीं भैया, ये उनका घर है, ये उनका घर है. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ತಿರುಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಯಾವ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೀರಿ ನಾವು? After 75 years, people are living with sari house, not your mall house. And what is the roof of that house? The trees. The branches are the roof, and the saris are their walls. Family is living there, and this boy is there. How could you give a tablet or an iPad or a mobile to that fellow? Ridiculous, is it not? He doesn't know how to wear clothes. Go and see. Our Swamis will arrange. We have guest houses there. ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಹಂಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂರ್ಖತ್ವನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವೇಕನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಇಬ್ಬರು ಯುವಕರು ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಪ್ರೇರಣಾ ಹೊಂದಿ ಯಾವ ಗುಡಿಸಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೋ, ಹರಿದ್ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಚಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ, 1900, not today, when sophistication is there. From Delhi you can reach Haridwar in 3.5-4 hours. 3 months ಆಯ್ತು ಇವ್ರು ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ. ಸಾಧು ಸಮಾಜದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊರಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು? ಸಾಧುಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹರಿದ್ವಾರ್, ಭಂಗಿ ಸಾಧುಸ್, ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾವೆಂಜರ್ ಮಾಂಕ್ಸ್. They are not fit to come into the sannyasa. Be away from the village. Yatike? They were doing this seva. They were washing the body, washing the latrines, washing the clothes of these patients of Haridwar. Certificate bantu. They were so happy. Society has recognized us as Bhangi sadhus. Very good. Namaste, Narayana. It took 50 years for that message to go. Today in the very house, very hut, jhopdi, today we have got a 300-bed hospital called Kalyanananda Ward. All the pilgrims of Haridwar go there to get seva. 2 people sacrifice, taught in the classrooms in Dakshineshwar. ಯಾವ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಅವರು? ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಂತು? ಯಾವ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ? ಭಾರತ ರತ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕಡಿಮೆನೆ. ಅದು ಒಂದು 3 minute ಝಲಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಿಷನ್ ಎವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಯಿತು? ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಎವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಯಿತು? ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಥರ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ರೀ ಇದನ್ನು? ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸು ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 23 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲಿ? ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹೌ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್. And that is a paid course. People pay for getting some positive thinking, getting some peace of mind, because they are fed up with tensions and worries and stress in school education or in college. ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 23 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸನೂ ನಾವು ಹಾಲಿಡೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಒಂದು ದಿವಸನೂ ಹಾಲಿಡೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರುಗಳ ಆಜ್ಞೆ, ರಂಗನಾಥಾಂಜಿ ಅವರ ಆಜ್ಞೆ, ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ 24 hours, 365 days. ಲೆಟ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ರೈಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಯೂತ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಬೇಲೂರು ಮಠ್. Oh. Blue light.
असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतंगमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
1886, October. Calcutta, the then capital of India. A group of young men came to live together in a dilapidated house at Boranagore in North Calcutta. They were forsaken as some worthless, destitute boys. But they were molded by the ideas and ideals of their spiritual master, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa. Sri Ramakrishna had passed away a few months ago. But before that, he had instilled in them the love for God, the spirit of renunciation and brotherly love. One day, at the Kashipur garden house, Sri Ramakrishna distributed ochre robes to them and sent them out to beg food. In this way, he himself initiated them into a life of renunciation and laid the foundation of a new monastic order. The resolve of these youngsters to form a brotherhood was strengthened a couple of months later at Atpur on a Christmas Eve. In Baranagar Mutt, the days were of extreme struggle and hardship. They lived on what chance brought to them. But it could not shake their resolve. Sri Ramakrishna's words constantly rang in their ears. The goal of human life is God realization. Forgetting sleep, they spent the nights in spiritual practices. They immersed themselves in meditation. They studied various scriptures to quench their thirst for truth. Their love and longing for God found expression in their devotional songs. Under the able leadership of Swami Vivekananda, these young men took the vows of monasticism and started a monastic brotherhood in the name of Sri Ramakrishna. The determination of those young men has borne fruit in the form of Belur Mutt. Today, Belur Mutt has become the heart of the worldwide spiritual movement known as the Ramakrishna movement. Once, Swami Vivekananda uttered these prophetic words about Belur Mutt. The blazing light of universal harmony that will emanate from here will flood the whole world.
Light again, light akbada. Next video. Akbada. Switch off lights. So anyway, you understand the way it started, where it started and why it started and how much of work is going on. Started in a small room in Dakshineshwar. Today we have got 312 branches. Started by one monk, inspired and enthused by Sri Ramakrishna. Naren Shikha Debe, in Bengali he wrote, his guru wrote in a paper, Naren Shikha Debe, Naren will teach the world. And Naren will not just sit in one place, he will go from house to house. And he will awaken the spiritual consciousness in the people. I was surprised to know, my dear friends, Times of India managing editor or the supplement editor sitting in New Delhi, he started reading Vivekananda when he was 16 years boy. And today he is 48. He's on the peak of his journalism in Times of India. And suddenly one day I found a beautiful interview between Anshul Chaturvedi and Suhail Sheth of Mumbai on why he wrote the book called The Vivekananda Handbook for Everyday Living Anshul Chaturvedi, Times of India. And he says here in the background, are you weighed down by societal expectations, family pressure, or the need for digital validation? Vivekananda will help lighten that burden so that you care a little less about the opinions of others. Are you struggling with your work or your workplace despite no obvious deficit of skill? Vivekananda will help you to redefine how to measure your own success or failure. Does death, your own or of those closest to you, frighten you? Vivekananda will teach you how to cope with grief and loss and be the support your loved ones need in trying times. What he went through about death, about ego, about work, about seva, about journalism, all that he puts it in this beautiful book called Daily Living. He has read more thoroughly Vivekananda's letters than I read or anybody has read. There are photos in this book how he has scratched and pinned and commented on every letter of Swami Vivekananda. My dear friends, without any much communication, without much digital technology at the time, Swami Vivekananda wrote 600 handwritten letters. One sannyasi. Each letter is a bombshell. Each letter is so powerful to change your personal life and the nation's life. But on the other hand, time is short, I am just going through, should understand through history where we were and where we are and what kind of education we need to revive that spirit of India being the teacher of the whole world. It should not be just in classroom or not just in Ramakrishna Math. It should be every teacher's, every professor's, every university, every education department's responsibility. Please see that video. Yeah. Yeah, the video, Aku.
Even today, Indian colonizers, which was industry-based from the time of the Indus Valley civilization, the main reason for India's plight, British rule, and became agriculture-based. In spite of this, the revenue of the British East India Company increased manifold. Swami Vivekananda. Even today, the colonizers and those who follow their slave mentality believe that the main reason for India's plight is the Hindu Dharma. In America, Swami Vivekananda was told that the poor condition of India is due to the Hindu Dharma. If it embraced Christianity, it would become rich. Vivekananda showed them the mirror and said, "We do not want to become rich like you by killing people. We don't want riches stained in blood. We are better off being poor." Till the end of the 20th century, it was widely believed that the main reason for India's economic backwardness was Hindu Dharma. But the truth was revealed as the 21st century approached. All over the world, reports started coming that India and China were once the most prosperous countries in the world. The Europeans had looted and ruined them. To find the truth of this, the OECD countries launched a major project to study it. A team was constituted under the chairmanship of Professor Angus Maddison. They started studying the history of the GDP of the world. When the report was published, the whole world was shocked. With a 34% share, India was once the wealthiest country in the world. That too, for 1,000 years and without looting anyone. There is no such example in the history of the world. But India was pushed down by plunderers and by exploitation. Before Britain started plundering India, it was still in the first place with a share of 24.5% of world GDP. In 1800, its wealth came down to 20%. In 1830, it was reduced to 17%. In 1880, down to 8%. And in 1900, it was only 1.7%. Who looted India's wealth? The British looted India's wealth. The palatial edifice of a great civilization crumbled. Indian society, which was industry-based from the times of the Indus Valley civilization, became poor within 100 years of British rule and became agriculture-based. During famines, 1/3 of the population perished. In spite of this, the revenue of the British East India Company increased manifold. From where did the farmers pay their taxes? The farmers sold the gold of generations to pay their taxes. The gold of Indian farmers still glitters in the city of London. And here, the Indian governments are still struggling to get the farmers out of that misfortune. Gold, silver, minerals, food grains, even fodder was not spared. One collector wrote to the Viceroy that it had not rained, so nothing was sown. There is only grass in the fields. The target of revenue cannot be met. The Viceroy sent the reply, "Grass is a good commodity. Sell it and send the money." The most fertile land on earth, where monsoon rains brought maximum water, was reduced to the land of famines. While millions were dying of hunger, the food grains of India were being sent to the armies of the empire. People who used to call food Brahm, who would not eat food but receive it respectfully, who would first offer it to a cow, a dog, a Brahmin, a priest, a servant or a guest, were starving to death. And their bodies were being eaten by dogs. India's population is basically vegetarian. When the mercury rises above 40 degrees, it is impossible to stay alive without salt. A heavy tax was put on salt. Colonizers earned millions by exporting it. India could never imagine that someone would kill them in this way. Due to salt deficiency, children died in the womb. The English created famines in India. Within 120 years, 31 major famines occurred. Smaller famines would occur practically every year. During these famines, people died in millions. The last famine occurred in 1943, in which over 3 million died in Bengal.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು? ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಓದಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಜಗಳ, ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತ ಮಾತೆಯನ್ನು ಮರೆತುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. I want a job, I want to go to Florida, I want to dance, I want to sing, I want to have drugs, forgetting my motherland. This is what Swami Vivekananda says. First be, B-E, be, then do, then you will have. You don't want to be, but you only want to have. End of the day, again corruption. British did that time, but today our own people are looting our own people. So this is where our education should think differently. In the classroom or out of the classroom. In the house or in the market. What I can do for my motherland. Why only one Vivekananda should cry? Why only the Prime Minister should tell? I should be roaring in my classroom, inspire my children to bring back that glory of India, glory of my motherland. Sri Rama did not stay in Lanka after conquering Lanka. Janani Janma Bhumischa Swargadapi Gariyasi. He came back and started ruling Ayodhya. So 3 things please remember. Every teacher, young or old, experienced or just joined any course, any college. Authenticity, inner grit, sensitivity. If these 3 are not there, you will not become a great teacher. You will not become an educationist. You will become a jobber. Education becomes only a job. Education is only for promotion. But look at what they have done with the power that they had. They changed the very historic this one of India, the roots of India. ಯುವಕ ಯುವತಿಯರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಎಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. Put your brains together. Put your heart together. Feel, my children, feel. Education requires feeling today. Ade sensitivity antar adana. Sensitivity. Once the sensitivity is gone, you become only a billiard ball. You collide with others. You criticize others. Sensitivity is not becoming emotional. It's not the general meaning in the dictionary. Sensitive boy, sensitive girl. We cannot talk with them. Short temper, erratic. Atharadalla. Sensitivity andre idi sukshma buddhi. Fine mind. Pure mind. A mind which can understand others. ಸಿ.ವಿ. ರಾಮನ್ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಘಟನೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. It seems he interviewed some 20 boys from different parts of Karnataka. Only 5 or 6 were selected, others could not pass the maths test and the physics test. They said, next year you come if you are interested for this. And take the train fare or the bus fare. Where you want to go? To Shimoga? You want to go to Tumkur? You want to go to some other place in Karnataka? Go. Take money and go. Train fare, bus fare, whatever you want. Everybody went. 4 or 5 boys were selected. They were inside the department. One boy at 4 o'clock in the evening standing near the gate of institute. C.V. Raman sir asked, hey, yatik nintidiyo? Hana siglilva ninge? Siktu sir. One sala nimage namaskara madkondu hogtini sir. Matte bartino ilva gottilla sir. Yavado dooradalli halli illidini nanu. All right, come tomorrow at 10 o'clock, not today. I am going for another meeting. And C.V. Raman came back next day morning 9:50. The boy also came promptly in time. The boy came inside, did namaskaram to Professor Dr. C.V. Raman. And out of his pocket he kept 10 rupees on the table of Sir C.V. Raman. Yenidu 10 rupayi nane kodtidiya? Illa sir, I wanted only 90 rupees. Your clerk gave me 100 rupees. My heart said I should not take 10 rupees. I wanted to give you and do namaskaram and go. Immediately the Sir C.V. Raman called the clerk who gave him 100 rupees. Kariyavunna. Swapa natka madadrante. Take this boy inside the laboratory. C.V. Raman, when he said the clerk protested, sir, he failed in the mathematics test. Neve helidre next year ba anta. Yesterday he failed in the mathematics test. Today he passed in the character test. Take him inside. See how the noble-minded professor, Nobel Prize winner professor looked at the noble qualities of that boy, and it seems after 4 o'clock in the evening, he taught him mathematics, he taught him physics, and after 6 months he becomes in charge of a laboratory department. He saw the potentiality, he saw the capability, he saw the possibilities in that young mind and made him what he is. First be, then have, then do, then you will have. May the great Acharyas of Karnataka, may the great Acharyas of India bless you all, and hope to see you all as great Indians, as great teachers in 2023. So, Shubhasya Sigram, don't postpone. Thank you, Jai Ramakrishna.
Thank you, Swamiji, for that eye-opening session. Any education without incorporating the ideas of Swami Vivekananda will not help in nation building. I hope and wish we teachers take some values of Swami Vivekananda from the lessons you explained today and build a better nation, build a sensitive generation. Thank you so much. I request Param Puja Swamiji to please come on the stage and hand over a memento to Swami Bodhamayananda ji as a token of love and respect. Swami Bodhamayananda ji has come all the way from Hyderabad to address this occasion, and he'll be returning today.
I give you an open invitation, anybody, anytime, coming to Hyderabad or visiting Hyderabad, or make time to visit Hyderabad, one of the most beautiful centers in our country, concentrating 24 hours, 365 days on the youth of the city and the state. Every day, 5,000 students come inside and go, without advertisement. No advertisement. It's all word to mouth. Morning 6:30 they stand with one banana or apple in their hand to attend a class at 7:30. Student from far off, only to learn some English, some meditation, some yoga, some languages, and of course the spiritual side also. Please come and make yourself inspired and visit other centers of Ramakrishna Mission also, so that you will get an exposure of what kind of education can be imparted other than the university curriculum and other things, which can add beautiful fragrance and beautiful chandanam to the society, and your students, wherever they are, they will become greatest in the country. May God bless you all. Thank you.
The books Swamiji spoke about today are available in the store here, and you can get them direct to your homes from Amazon. Okay, we'll be going to the next session. The session is on empowering teachers. We have Professor Niranjan Vanali here. I request Captain Ganesh Karnikji to escort today's resource person to the stage. Professor Niranjan Vanali is the Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University, known for his columns and books which appear by the name of Niranjan Vanali. He has nearly 33 years of experience in teaching communication and journalism. He was also a registrar of Karnataka State Dr. Gangubai Hanagal Music and Performing Arts University. He was head of Doctorate of Distance and Online Education, University of Mysore. He was director, Indian Cultural Center, Embassy of India at Tajikistan, and worked with the Ministry of Higher Education, Sultanate of Oman, among others. He served as Professor and Chairman of Department of Studies in Journalism and Mass Communication, University of Mysore. He has authored over 30 books, apart from producing documentary films, besides being a regular columnist in various Kannada dailies. Now, Professor Niranjan Vanali will be speaking on the topic, Empowering Teachers. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯೇ ನನಗೆ ಎತ್ತರವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬೋಧಮಯಾನಂದಜಿಯವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ. Friends, I know it is very difficult to talk after Swamiji Bodhamayananji, and we were so much immersed in his talk. And as Vice Chancellor, I was feeling I should bow my head on many occasions. The last thing he asked about the teachers, I felt while appointing teachers, we have looked at their marks, Swamiji. We have not looked at their character. We concentrate on the marks and not their spirituality. Unless you also see the spiritual quotient, it's very difficult to get good teachers. This has been a problem in schools, in universities. I have seen the most difficult thing in a university now is to get good teachers. Teachers with character. We get 100 teachers if we call for any interview and 100 recommendations from politicians. But a teacher with character, a teacher with self-conscience is very difficult to get. Perhaps the situation is like that. We have planted neem trees and we are expecting mangoes. ಬೇವಿನ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಮಾವಿನ ಫಲ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯ ಮೂಲ ಇದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. I have to speak about empowering teachers today for some time. I am not going to preach anything, but I am going to discuss some of the things I have seen with my own eyes and leave it to you. You have to decide what is the way out for empowering teachers. And after teaching for 33 years, it's my experience and firm belief that teachers are born and not made. If your children get who are real teachers, they are really lucky. But very, very difficult. There are two types of teachers in our present day, I feel. Teachers by choice and choiceless teachers. Only two types of teachers. Teachers by choice, who have decided to become teachers. And they become teachers. They live true to the expectations of the society and bring good name to the profession. And the other side, which is the majority today unfortunately, is teachers choiceless. They become teachers. Why? Because they could not get any other job. And I will tell you, if they get 1,000 rupees more next month, they are ready to shift, disowning all their students and all their teaching. This is the difficulty. We should, where the children, the students get teachers who are born and with their commitment they have become teachers, then they are lucky. If a school has more teachers who are choiceless, I pity about that international school or national school, whatever it may be by its name. Because we have seen schools, international school, public school, that has become a fashion now. And there is no teacher with a passion for teaching. It is unfortunate, ridiculous, and no. ನನಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅನಿಸೋದು, ಈ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಹಾಕೋತಾರಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲು, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲು, ಆ ಸ್ಕೂಲಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದ ಮಾತ್ರದಿಂದ ಆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆದ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ನೀವು ತೋರಿಸಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಕರ್ಮ? ಅಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಇನ್ ಮೈ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ in Uttara Kannada. We have government schools everywhere, even now. And we were trained in government schools. And I can bet even now, any government school in Uttara Kannada is better than the best of Bangalore private schools, even now. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಾರಿ ಪಾಪ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಮರದಡಿಗೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಹೊಳೆ ದಂಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಕಲಿತೇವೆ. ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ನೌ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್. ಸೊ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಎರಡು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಡೇ ಆಫ್ ಎನ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್, prestigious international school in Bangalore some years back, before becoming the Vice Chancellor. There were 3,000 parents and students. Purposely, with a motive, I asked the children, how many of you want to become teachers? And I asked the parents, more than 2,000 parents were there. I asked them, how many of you want your children to become teachers? I was not surprised, my friends. Not more than 4 hands went up. 3,000 ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಜನ ಕೂಡ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. I asked the parents that day, see, you want your sons and daughters to get the best of of teachers in the world, and you don't want your children to become a teacher. Is it not ridiculous? No answer. But this is the situation, unfortunately. There is no point in just telling the problem. I know the situation and solution also. Two things. Why? I have discussed this with many of the teachers, parents, and many of the members of the society, and I have personally seen why the best talent is not coming to the teaching community. There is a saying, to attract the best talent in the society, we should give maximum salary to the teachers. Yes, but my observation is, they say this to higher education. I am not saying this as a vice chancellor, but my firm belief for the last 30 years now is, if this statement is true, to attract the best talent in the society, we should give maximum salary to the teachers. We should give it to the primary school teachers and not to the higher education teachers. Because it is the place where our children are really molded. Yes, why we are failing to attract the talents? Why our parents don't want their children to become teachers? Of course, okay, we are talking about professors. Yes, that was a time when UGC scale was very attractive, and our parents want the children to become professors drawing UGC scale. But now I ask this question, how many teachers in universities and colleges are drawing the UGC scale at present? Except the so-called permanent teachers of universities and aided colleges. And Joshi notes, aided colleges are no more there now, because most of the teachers in aided colleges are gone. They have retired. Within 1 or 2 years, none will be there in aided colleges. And who are remaining? The government, because the government has appointed some teachers over recent years who are drawing UGC scales. That is why when we call for valuation, these government teachers won't come. Why? They are happy. Swargastru. UGC scale tagondu. Is it not their duty to evaluate when they teach? Is the question. So, this UGC scale has become myth now. The maximum, the majority of the teachers are guest faculty, even in university and even in private colleges, drawing. What is the salary of guest faculty? I will give you one example. Recently I visited one of the northeastern state. It was an aided college. I went on an inspection. On the roll, the aided college says 174 full-time teachers. I was seeing their acquaintance record, where they mention the salary, and the teacher who takes the salary has to sign. That is called acquaintance register. For my surprise, from February 2022, there is no mention of salary, or there is nothing recorded in the acquaintance register. I asked, what is this? The management said, sir, we have not received the grants from the government, so we have not given salary to the teachers. Then I asked the teachers, please tell us the fact, how much you are getting salary. Our Karnataka people are far better off. Those in the northeast, 174 full-time teachers, they said, we get 4,000, 5,000 per month. And the college had so many cars. I asked them, you get 5,000 rupees salary and so many cars are there, and your 5,000 is not enough even for the petrol of your car. How you are learning? No sir, in society, becoming teacher is a prestige issue. We are not bothered about salary. So we have influenced the management to put us on their payroll. We are not bothered about salary. Yes, we get 4,000, 5,000 when the government releases us. Otherwise, it is only a part-time business for us. This is what the majority of the teachers said. When we talk of empowering teachers, all these things came to my mind yesterday. There are two ways of empowering teachers. I firmly believe there are two ways of empowering the teachers of present day generation. One, guarantee them good salary. Otherwise, how can they survive? How can they maintain ಒಂದು ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ಣ ಬದುಕಿಗೂ ನೀವು ಸಂಬಳ ಕೊಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕದಿದೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಅಥವಾ ಕಳ್ಳತನ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕದಿದೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಹಸಿದ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಟೀಚರು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಗೆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಟು ಅಶ್ಯೂರ್ a handsome salary for the teachers. That is one thing. And I am sorry to say, it is not happening in the higher education, in all the colleges. Second way of empowering teachers is academic empowerment. First one depends on the society, depends on the government. Second one depends on the individual teacher. See, UGC had made it compulsory API scores for promotion under CAS. And PhD is compulsory to become associate professor. And so many, you should get API scores, publish articles in the journals, international journals, to get promotion or to get appointed in universities. You know what has happened now? We have seen in universities, I'm sorry to say, there are people who are the owners of production houses of PhDs. We have seen. And the so-called international journals which the UGC recognizes, two of my candidates who are doing PhD under me come and say, this happened recently. In one of the UGC recognized journals, my name is also there on the editorial board. So two of my students came and asked, sir, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಹೌದು, ಏನು? ಸರ್ 15,000 ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾದರೂ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. This is the situation of so-called journals, and you are empowering your teachers through this? PhD ಏನಾಯಿತು, ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರದೆ ಹೋದವರೆಲ್ಲ PhD ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. I have seen with my own eyes in the universities. Regularly we get Iranians in our department. They cannot write one sentence, sir, and they get PhDs within 4 years. How is it possible? So, empowering academically is not this the way. It should come from within the teacher. So that's why I said, teacher, if he is really committed, if he is teacher by choice, teacher by birth, he cannot sell away, he will not sell away the PhDs like this. He will not be party to these unethical practices. We want such teachers who can academically claim and without bowing the head can say, I am not party to such practices. Unfortunately, in universities, we want more teachers of such who can stand with the confidence. So, then how to empower a teacher academically? I was telling, it is not by force by others. UGC ಹೇಳಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಇನ್ಯಾರೋ VCಗಳು ಹೇಳಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು? ಒಳಗಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಹೇಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ? ಎ ಟೀಚರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವರ್. If he remains a student, this is possible. He will learn forever. See, every day the technology is changing. Every day the world is changing. And ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಅಪ್ಪ ಕಲಿಸುವಾಗಲೂ ಅದೇ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಕ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಸುವಾಗಲೂ ಅದೇ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಡಿಕ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಟೀಚರ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್? ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದ, ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಓದ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ನಾವು ಬರ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತೆ, ಆ ನೋಟ್ಸು ಒಂದು 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದಿಂದು ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ನ ಕದಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಕದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪ? ಯಾರನ್ನ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು? ಸೊ ಐ ಫೀಲ್ ಎಂಪವರಿಂಗ್ ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಫ್ರಾಮ್ ವಿಥಿನ್. It is left to the individual teacher whether he will be a cheater or a teacher. That is my concern. So what is the takeaway from my talk today for you people? I was thinking, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳನ್ನು ನಷ್ಟಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಮಗೂ ತಲೆ ಬಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗೋದಾ ಅಥವಾ ಏನು? What is the takeaway from my lecture today? One, it's my request. Don't become teacher if teaching is not your passion. There are so many students here. I find majority of them are students. They may become teachers, but it is my request, in the interest of the coming generations, I am saying, don't try to become teacher if teaching is not your passion. Second, student in you should be proactive throughout. ಜೀವನ ಪರ್ಯಂತ ನೀವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮನೋಭಾವ ಇದ್ದವರು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿ, ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ದಾರಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, empowering teachers financially should be the responsibility of the teacher, but empowering a teacher academically should be the responsibility of individual teacher. And the fourth one, I noted something when I was listening to others. We are in the process of we have already introduced NEP, and we are doing the syllabus for first and second year. We have done third and fourth year we are doing now. My understanding is, I have seen these days, whatever the syllabus, sir, ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರೇ, ನೀವು ಎಂಥ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಸೇ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಲಿಸುವವರೇ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? Whatever syllabus you prepare, if the teacher has not improved, if the teacher has not changed for the better, then we will not be able to, the NEP will not impact on the society at all. So, I firmly believe in the society, teachers make the difference. If anybody is there in the society who make the difference for generations, this from the day one, as Vice Chancellor I have told, and it is my commitment, if I appoint one useless fellow as a teacher, he is going to spoil 3 generations. ಈ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಟೇಬಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆ ತಪ್ಪನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಯೋಗ್ಯನನ್ನು ನಾವು ಟೀಚರಾಗಿ ನೇಮಕ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 3 ತಲೆಮಾರನ್ನು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. So I hope our next generations get teachers who are real teachers and not cheaters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening session. I request Captain Ganesh Kanikji, Swami Bodhamayanandaji to come over the dais and hand over the memento to Professor Niranjan Vanalli, Vice Chancellor of Bangalore North University, as a token of our love and affection, love and admiration to his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking now for lunch and we'll be returning to the hall around 1:50 for the panel discussion with Srimati Vatika Pai, Head of Operations, Nirmala Travels, Proprietor, Vatika International Travel, and Dr. Sumana B., Chairman of Women and Child Welfare Subcommittee, Indian Red Cross Society, and Dr. Gopalkrishna Joshi ji, who was on stage in the morning session. It will be moderated by Captain Ganesh Kanik ji, ex-serviceman and social worker. Sir, have your lunch. There's a wonderful, sumptuous and sattvic lunch is waiting for you. Please come back to the venue by 1:55. Thank you.
Hello, check test. Hello. 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 Check mic test. Hello. 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 Hello.
Wholehearted welcome to you all to afternoon session. We will begin the session in a while. We will have a short film on Swachh Bharat, which is one of the major interventions of this ashram. Before the session, that is the panel discussion on the topic, Teacher, the Torchbearer. We will have a short film. I request all those who are in the corridors to please come and take your seats inside the hall.
चलो रे चलो रे.
The Ramakrishna Mission accepted the request of the central government humbly, and for the last 4 years has worked towards converting Swachh Bharat Abhiyan into a movement of the people. The success of the movement can be attributed to the dedicated work of volunteers hailing from all strata of life, working with compassion under the able and structured leadership and directions provided by the Ramakrishna Mission, Mangaluru. The Swachh Mangaluru Abhiyan was initiated in the month of February 2015, and tracking back the journey travelled thus far details us a story of commitment and contentment. The mission feels proud that what started as a small step has grown larger every year during the last 3 phases. The success of the last 3 phases from 2015 to 2017 can be attributed to the meticulous planning of the mission and immense support from its volunteers. For the 4th phase of the Abhiyan, which began on 2nd October 2017, the mission wanted to push their thoughts further and conceptualize more activities of awareness and cleanliness to reach more people. While deliberate efforts were made towards continuing all the programs conceptualized under Swachh Mangaluru earlier, 3 new programs called Swachh Manasu, Swachh Grama and Daily Awareness were included in this phase. In the 4th phase of Swachh Bharat, the Ramakrishna Mission was successful in mobilizing thousands of volunteers to work on every Sunday morning for a period of 40 Sundays to clean various parts of Mangaluru city and spread awareness. The volunteers included people from various walks of life and also different age groups who all came together and happily dedicated their precious time towards cleaning their beloved country. Volunteers contributed their time and energy without any expectations, but their joy went unbound when the mission provided them with breakfast, cleaning and safety equipments along with t-shirts. Participation of volunteers in such huge numbers is definitely an inspiring narrative. The result of this hard work is clearly reflected in the form of a city that is transformed into one of the cleanest cities in the country.
ಯಾರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನದ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾನು ಯಾವ ಆಶ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೇನು ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಆಶ್ರಮ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ.
Swamiji's motivation and leadership, that is really making this program very successful. I hope next time when I come, I will be able to participate in a massive program.
I must congratulate, I must pay my respect to Ramakrishna Mission. As usual, Swamiji has inspired the whole country.
हमें कौन सा इस अभियान में बड़ा पूरा शहर साफ करना है? हमारा घर, हमारा इलाका, थोड़ा सा कोई कुछ दिखाई दे तो हम उठा दे.
Ramakrishna Mission's basic value is Swachhate. Vivekananda's basic value is Swachhate.
So let us start this from Ramakrishna Mission in Mangalore, where they have started this Swachh Bharat mission. Swachh Manas mission also should start from here.
Swachh Manasu, a program largely focused on creating awareness about the need for cleanliness and inculcating healthy habits at a young age, was aimed at reaching school children all over Dakshina Kannada district. The mission conducted 500 programs in over 100 schools spread across the district. The programs were conducted in 5 different stages, which included seminars and lectures by over 60 highly acclaimed and knowledgeable resource persons, drawing competitions, essay writing, and extempore competitions on cleanliness. The mission feels highly accomplished as nearly 10,000 school children have been educated about the need for keeping the surroundings clean through Swachh Manassu program. Understanding that the success of any program can be considered complete only when the message reaches the grassroots levels. A unique program called Swachh Grama was conceptualized during Phase 4. Under the Swachh Grama program, initiatives were taken primarily to educate a select 100 villages coming under the jurisdiction of Dakshina Kannada district. It is important to mention here that over 7,000 volunteers spread across the district came forward to clean these villages. This step, which started as a modest experiment, has grown into a movement in itself, inspiring many other villages to voluntarily join hands with the mission. Under the Swachh Mangaluru program, which intended to create awareness among the residents of the various localities in Mangaluru, 40 groups of motivated volunteers visited 100 houses on daily basis for nearly 200 days. Educating people about waste management, the volunteers also conducted a small survey which helped them in understanding the public grievances. Apart from these 4 programs, which were intended to reach the last citizen of the district, various other programs were conducted throughout the year, like 2 public parks were renovated and handed over for public use. Pot composting workshops were also conducted to educate people about methods of composting kitchen wastes. Waste bins were distributed to the residents. Spot fixing. Over 40 places which were used as dump yards were identified and converted into beautiful gardens and public utility places. Magic shows were organized at various parts of the city to attract children and elders towards cleanliness. Workshops on waste management were also conducted by experts. Art camps were held at various places of the city to create awareness through art. Cycle rallies and jathas were organized to attract people's attention towards the cause. Beautification of the city was done through painting the walls of the city with attractive and colorful images, which also depicted the messages of awareness. Auto rickshaw and bus shelters were fixed and beautified. Wayboards were fixed. Footpaths were repaired. Saplings were planted in various parts of the city in an effort to make the city greener.
I am absolutely clear that our Mangaluru center may be having an edge over others in the whole span of Indian centers.
One people, one nation. I think this is the importance of the program which Swamiji is conducting. And I personally feel Mangaluru is blessed because of Ramakrishna Mission.
Honorable Prime Minister has given us a call. Ramakrishna Mission has taken it upon themselves to take the responsibility to do this. Now please come and join hands.
We have started seeing this becoming a mission, and really it is kind of progressing towards a Jan Andolan.
What a greater elation you can ever expect. That sort of an experience I had during the time I was taken around to certain places in Mangalore where that cleansing program was going on.
ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಹಾಗೂ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ನಗರ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಭಾರತೀಯರಿಗೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದೆ.
As we recapitulate, what this drive truly exemplifies is how volunteerism, inspired by a noble ideal and a motivating leadership, can create a success story like the Swachh Mangaluru Abhiyan.
अगर हम सब मिलकर इसको एक जन आंदोलन बनाएंगे, तो मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि दुनिया के साफ सुथरे शहरों में, देशों में हमारा नाम नहीं होगा. हम भी उस जगह को बना सकते.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Swachh Bharat Mission by Ramakrishna Mission. Now, in the afternoon session, we will have panel discussion, and then you can interact with the panelists here. We will begin the session of panel discussion, which is about an hour's duration. We have our resource persons here. Dr. Gopalakrishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka is with us. I request Captain Ganesh Karnikji to get the resource persons to the stage. Srimati Vatika Pai, Head of Operations, Nirmala Travels, Proprietor of Vatika International Travels, and Dr. Sumana B, Chairperson, Women and Children Welfare Subcommittee, Indian Red Cross Society, Dakshina Kannada District. I request the dignitaries to take their seats on the stage. I am privileged to introduce the panelists to you. Gopalakrishna Joshi sir. Gopalakrishna Joshi sir is an Executive Director of Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Mangaluru. Prior joining KSHEC, he was Dean of Curriculum, Innovation and Program Assessment at KEL Technological University, Hubballi. He was also the Director of Center for Engineering Education Research at KEL Technologies, which is founded to promote innovation and research in engineering education. His areas of research include data engineering and engineering education. He has 53 publications to his credit. He has involved himself in designing and has conducted a number of faculty development programs. He has trained more than 3,000 faculty members on practice of outcome-based education practices and about 3,500 faculty members on examination reforms in engineering education for AICTE New Delhi. Welcome to you, sir. I request Captain Ganesh Karnikji, who is the moderator for today's afternoon session, to hand over a rose and welcome him. Meanwhile, let me quickly introduce the other panelists on the stage also. Srimati Vatika Pai, Head of Operations, Nirmala Travels, and Proprietor of Vatika International Travels. At 28 years of age, Srimati Vatika Pai has become the youngest president and second woman president of Canara Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She was elected unanimously. Ms. Pai, who looks after Nirmala Travels established by her parents, Sri Upendra C. Kamath and Srimati Nirmala Kamath, is also running Vatika International Travels established about 16 years ago by herself. Welcome to you, ma'am. I request Captain G. I'm giving a lot of exercise to Captain G in the afternoon after lunch. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sumana B. She is a chairperson for Women and Child Welfare Subcommittee, Indian Red Cross Society, Dakshina Kannada District. Dr. Sumana B. is currently working as an assistant professor of sociology in Dr. P. Dayanand Pai Satish Pai Government First Grade College, Cass Street, Mangalore. She got selected as Deputy Superintendent of Police in the KAS examination of 2015. She is a resource person for various institutes like an academy, guiding students for facing competitive exams, especially UPSC and KPSC examinations. Welcome to you, ma'am. I request Captain G to please hand over the rose as a token of our appreciation. Welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Captain Ganesh Karnikji will be moderating this session. The topic of the session is Teacher, the Torch Bearer. In the beginning, all three panelists will speak for 5 to 10 minutes. Then the discussion happens, and then there is chance for us all in the audience to talk, discuss, and express our opinions. Over to you, Captain G.
Lunch was good. Will it put you off to sleep or no? How many are busy with the mobiles? Can you put it off for a while? See, since morning till now, most of the discussion used to come from this end. The purpose of this panel discussion is for you to get involved. So I would like to request all those who are busy with their mobile to put it off at least for next 1.5 hours. Is it okay? She has made me do some exercise, basically. That's what our MC was telling. Na? So since morning, I thought it was an exercise for our brains. Now it is going to be more, I would say, involved kind of a discussion. We have two young ladies who have distinguished in their own field. Srimati Vatika Pai is managing an organization, and Madam Sumana, I know little bit about Sumana because she got selected as a lecturer and she also got selected as a Deputy Superintendent of Police. I would like to interact with her a little later. How did she take a decision? What made her take a decision? And why she chose lecturer's job? And then we have NEP happening in this state, especially in the country, but for the first time in Karnataka state. Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi has been spearheading the very implementation of the so-called national education policy in Karnataka in a noble way. So NEP, its objectives and what is expected from NEP from an entrepreneur's point of view, from a lecturer who had to make a very difficult decision whether to become a police officer or that I should switch over to lecture. So from this perspective, we'll have this session. To start with, they will have their perspective for about 10 minutes. Then there will be interactive session. I will only pick up the mic if you don't ask questions. The first choice is yours. Moderator's job is to ensure that you all ask questions, okay? I have CC camera planted here, and I have seen since morning how many of you have been sleeping, how many of you are busy with the mobiles. I know those faces. So I will ask them to get up and ask questions. So be attentive, okay? Right? Done? So who will start? Vatika Pai or Shrumat Boda? Yeah. I'll request Srimati Vatika Pai to, you can sit here, you can go on the podium, as you wish. Fine, right. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Ramakrishna Mission for this wonderful opportunity. And it's truly an honor to be sharing space with the people who've made a mark of their own in their respective areas. Now, I'm maybe a little different from the rest of them because I'm not an academician and I have nothing much to do with the teaching profession. But I come from an end where I interact with students. Rather, I have people either walking in for jobs or I myself interact with students in a crowd of this kind. Okay, so from the perspective of an entrepreneur, I think what is needed for us, and I feel is the need of the hour, is to have maximum interaction between industry and the academia. I think that is what is very, very important. To cite a simple example, when someone walks into our offices for an interview, what we see is they're all very, very well educated. But what we see is that they're not easily employable. They're educated, definitely. They have their master's degrees, they have their bachelor's degrees, they would have done some add-on courses, but what we see is they're not immediately employable. That, of course, is changing to some extent now because we see a lot of colleges interacting with the industry more often to understand what is the requirement of the industry. But for example, if I have, say, a very, very simple example, I have a BCom student walking in for, say, an interview for an accountant's job, okay? So first thing we'll probably ask them something as basic as maybe a journal entry. And some of them will answer, some of them won't. Probably because they would have mucked up just for the examination's sake and they don't know how to apply, okay? And for the ones, okay, say if you've gotten through the journal entry or whatever basic things that I'm asking, they say we know to do the balance sheet, we know to do this. But if we get into nitty-gritties, they probably don't know the applicability. Next, of course, what happens is when now, see you're coming for an accountant's job, okay? Are we maintaining manual accounts? Nobody, right? We are all maintaining accounts on Tally, ERP systems, or whatever softwares that are available. But these students don't know that. So what happens? The employer doesn't want to waste time teaching that student. Or the student himself has to go and take up a course somewhere else. So that kind of you know, so people say employers always ask for experience. So that's the reason. When we say experience, it need not be work experience, but at least basic knowledge of how to operate some, say maybe softwares or whatever is necessary to function a regular office setup. So if you come to my case per se, okay, so from my early childhood days, I knew that I am getting into business. I knew I have a legacy that I have to take forward. So I was very sure that I wanted to get into business. So when I was studying, of course, I'm not as old as I look, so when, like 10 years ago also, when I wanted to decide to study something, okay, so there was there weren't any bachelor degree courses in travel and tourism, and I don't think there still are any as such, okay. There may be courses which have travel and tourism as an add-on sort of a subject or something, but again, a very broad perspective, nothing very specific. So I said, forget it, let me do BCom, so at least I know how to manage finances or my accounts of my own organization. So then came a point where I had to choose a PG program. So I did my research. I researched for 1 year to find out where I had masters in tourism administration or tourism management, which would probably support the area of business that I wanted to get into. Again, they were all theoretical. They were absolutely theoretical programs. Okay. So again, I thought, having grown up with the business, or rather almost interning with my company over so many years, I knew everything that was possibly there in the textbook, and what I wanted to learn wasn't really there. So I decided to do my MBA and took up all these courses as an add-on later on. So what I'm trying to say is, even when we have your students who've done their MTA or MTM come over for interviews for employment, they'll say, we know everything about travel. Okay, so it's okay to know where a Delhi is or where a Varanasi is, but do you know how to go there? What I mean is, you're a master's in tourism administration or a master's in tourism management, but if I ask them, do you know to draw up an itinerary? They don't. Okay, or if I ask them, do you know the basic ticketing software, that is the GDS system which we use all across the world to see airlines, to see various ticketing things? They don't. Okay, so it's as simple as that. So what we need to know, I think in the long run, what we need is this frequent interaction between the industry and the academia. So these requirements are all a part of the course, and they don't need to be done separately. So you're a master's in a particular subject, okay? So if you don't know how to draw up an itinerary, or if you don't know how to issue tickets, or if you don't know how to look at the GDS, then I don't think it's of any use, isn't it? So what I'm trying to say is, the academicians now are actually, I must say, I think we are in a much better place now, because like Sir mentioned, I belong to the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm still a very active part there. So as a part of the KCCI, we have a subcommittee which deals totally with industry and academia partnerships, and I'm sure a lot of colleges here know that you're already in MOUs in association with the KCCI. So here what we do is, because of this interaction, we also know what we need to tell the colleges, as in what is the requirement of the industry, and the academicians also know what we're expecting of them. So sir, if you see, we are trying to avoid brain drain into other cities, isn't it? We want our students, thousands of students passing out of Mangalore every year to be employed somewhere. Okay, so at one corner we have thousands of students looking for employment. On the other hand, we have people like me who say, I don't find people for my job. So I think it's necessary to bridge that gap, and that is where these kind of associations will go a long way. And even at KCCI, we do give internship. You know, if a college has, I think again, the best way to probably bridge this is also to extend internship to the students, and a lot of colleges are already doing that. So all these colleges that have signed an MOU with the KCCI come back to us with their requirement of internship with specific industries, and we are able to place them there. And the beauty of this concept is that if an intern is very good, he gets absorbed in that company. So I think I really urge all of you to, as academicians, to interact more and more with industries. I'm sure you all are doing it, but I think we have a long way to go. And I'm sure all these courses become all the more beneficial to our students, and we'll be able to create a better employable environment for our students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vatikabe, for those initial remarks. In case you have made some notes or questions, we will reserve it for the later point of time. She brought out a very beautiful concept of disconnect between industry and the institution. How to bridge that, and what do we have in the NEP, that we'll discuss little later. from a different perspective altogether. We have a young doctor who chose to become an academician instead of, you can go there, Dr. Sumana, married, husband being a government employee, busy, 2 children. Still, she could clear the exam for becoming a police officer, and then an exam for becoming a lecturer, and then a big decision which one I should opt for, and then selecting a lecture teacher's job. So, can you share your experiences, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
And all throughout, she had an outstanding career, all throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. Seeking blessings from the holy seers of the Ramakrishna Mission, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my dear teachers and students, I'm very happy and privileged to be a part of this panel discussion, which is anchored around the theme, Teacher, the Torch Bearer. It is a very heavy loaded tagline, alva? Strong agi iruvanta ಒಂದು ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ಲೈನ್ ಅದು, ಟೀಚರ್ ದ ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಬೇರರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಇದೇನು ಹೊಸತೇನಲ್ಲ. ಶತಶತಮಾನದಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಂದ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಪಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಫಿಲಾಸಫರ್, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅನ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟರ್, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಅ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲರ್, ವಾಟ್ ನಾಟ್. ಇಂತಹ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ವೃತ್ತಿಯ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಬಹುದಾ? ಖಂಡಿತ ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರ ಒಂದು ವಾಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಟೀಚರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಮೇಕ್ಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್. ಐ ರಿಪೀಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಟೀಚರ್ ಹೂ ಮೇಕ್ಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ದ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್. ಬಹುತೇಕ ಈ ಸತ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮನಗಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವವೇ ಸ್ತಬ್ಧಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ಜೀವಂತವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಒಂದು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಅದರ್ ಒನ್ ವಾಸ್ ದ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್. ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟ್, ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ, ಥ್ರೂ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್, ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನಾ ರೀತಿಯ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸಿಂದ ಸಮ್ ಹೌ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಟು ಇಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ಡ್. ಬಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಅ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಒನ್? ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೊ. ಇದರ ಸತ್ಯ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹೌದಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಬರುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕೊಂಚ ತರುವಾಯ ಈ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಟೆಕ್ನೋ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಫ್ಯೂ ಡೆಕೇಡ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ನೌ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ಬಂದ ನಂತರದ ಒಂದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದ ನಂತರ ಆ ಟೆಕ್ನೋ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನೆವರ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೂ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳಿವೆ, ವೇರ್ ಎಮಿನೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾವು ಅಡ್ಮೈರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಪರ್ಸ್ನಾಲಿಟೀಸ್ಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಂದ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಟು ಕೋಟ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೊ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. In his autobiography, The Wings of Fire, he clearly mentions and beautifully mentions how he got so inspired by his teacher, Shiva Subramaniam Iyer, who ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳ ಹಾರಾಟದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾತ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ಆ ಒಂದು ರಾಮೇಶ್ವರಂ ಕಡಲ ಕಿನಾರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ, ಆ ಮಗುವಿಗೆ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಏರೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ಸ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುವುದು ಆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೆದಕಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಇಂತಹ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇರೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸವಾಲುಗಳೇನಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಡೈನಮಿಕ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಚೇಂಜಿಂಗ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೂ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ದ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ 2020 ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿವೆ. ನನಗೆ ಪರ್ಸ್ನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ದ ಇಂಟರ್ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನರಿ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್. Thereby it has broken the shackles of compartmentalization of subjects. ಸೈನ್ಸ್ನವರು ಇಂಥದೇ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಓದಬೇಕು, ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನವರು ಇಂಥದೇ ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಛಿದ್ರಗೊಳಿಸಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಆಫ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಯಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾಗುವಂತಹ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅಂತೂ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೇವೆ, ಹೌದಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಿಗೆ, ಸಮಾವೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೋ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬದಿಗಿಡುವ, ಹೇಗೂ ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು PUC ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವಿಪುಲವಾದಂಥ ಈ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಾತ್ಮಕ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಜ್ಜಾಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, CET ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಗೇಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, JEE ಇರ್ಬೋದು, UPSC, KPSC ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಾಗಿದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾನೇ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಇಂಥ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ತರಗತಿಯ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಾರಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. And in fact, when it comes to the UPSC examinations, the acceptance ratio is very, very low. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸಹಸ್ರಾರು ಮಂದಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ, ಸಹಸ್ರಾರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಲಕ್ಷಾನುಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಮಂದಿ ಆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಆ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಡಿಸಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಉಡುಪಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, 3 ವರ್ಷದ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದೇನೋ ಆರಾಮ್ಸೆ ಹಾಯಾಗಿ ಇದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. 3 ವರ್ಷ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಯಾವ ಕೋಚಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ಸನ್ನು ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಏನನ್ನು ಓದಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಮ್ಯಾಗ್ಝಿನ್ಸನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂಥರ ಆ ಹಪಾಹಪಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ದೆಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಹಲವಾರು ಬಾರಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ಸನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಯು ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ UPSC examination, where relaxed together students they aspire for the examination and most of them they get eliminated in the preliminary stage. ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕ್ರೂಷಿಯಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಮಂದಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಆ ಫೋಕಸನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇನ್ ದ UPSC examinations, the recent trend that they have adopted is the statodynamic approach. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖಿಸಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಆ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಮೂಲ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್, ಅದು ಸೋಷಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಯಾಲಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೋರಿಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಆ ನಂತರ ಅದು ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು. ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಆ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಜಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಹೋಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ದ G20 ಸಮಿಟ್ ಇನ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ. ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. He has presented some of the unique artifacts of our country which have received the geographical indication tag to all his, the representatives of the countries. Which caught my attention was our Prime Minister, he presented a Patan Patola shawl to his Italian counterpart. So if that particular statement comes for examination in future, ಅದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವರ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ. Patan Patola was given by our Prime Minister to the Italian counterpart. See the next statement, how it will follow. Patan Patola is a unique fabric that is indigenous to Gujarat and it has got the geographical indication tag in the year 2013. Abbabba, ಎರಡು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು that follows, and it is totally of the Stato approach, where it is connected to history, where it is connected to economics. So Patan Patola ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ there the student needs to know that it is of course a unique fabric of Gujarat, and of course that fabric has got a historical background because Kumarapala, the Solanki dynasty king, he took away all our weavers from Karnataka and from the Maharashtra belt, from the Salvi community, and because he was so inspired by that fabric, and he went there and he saw to it that they were patronaged well. And today a pure Patan Patola fabric or a sari would cost more than 1 lakh rupees. And of course it has got the geographical indication tag in the year 2013. So GI tag ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಅಬ್ಬಬ್ಬಾ, ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂಶಗಳು ಅಡಕವಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸುಲಲಿತವಾಗಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಠ ಪ್ರವಚನಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅಫೇರ್ಸನ್ನು ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೋರಿಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. And of course, one of the very eminent challenge for us is, I think so, about the technology. I don't say it is a challenge. In fact, it is a blessing in disguise. ಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೀಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆಂಟ್. ಆ ಕಾಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಉತ್ಸಾಹಕತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಿಮಗೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ, ನಿಮಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನಾ ಆಯಾಮಗಳಿವೆ. ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಒಂದು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಎಂಜಾಯಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್, ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇನು ಲಕ್ಷಾನುಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬೆವರು ಸುರಿಸಿ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ದರ್ ಆರ್ ಸಮ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಕ್ವಿಟ್ ದಿಯರ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ನೋವೇರ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ, ಬಟ್ ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಮೋರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯು ವೆನ್ ಯು ಕ್ವಿಟ್ ದ ಜಾಬ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಚ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಈ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೊ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ನೋಬಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ದಾರಿದೀಪವಾಗಬಹುದು. ಟೀಚರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಟಾರ್ಚ್ ಬೇರರ್. And in this occasion, I think so I would like to thank all of them who have contributed to make this event and a symposium a grand success. And I thank all of you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
You saw a torchbearer, a teacher torchbearer, isn't it? We will listen to more of our views little later. So these two perspectives, as a teacher being a torchbearer and as a torchbearer in a self-enterprise, expectations from the, I would say, academia. And now we have a national education policy. My request would be, if you can, for next 10 minutes, if you can dwell on how NEP has tried to address these issues. If you can just share with us, subsequently you can have the discussion. Thank you.
Distinguished young ladies on the dais, Captain Ganesh ji, and dear colleagues and student friends. Teacher the torch bearer is the theme. When I read this theme, the quotation of Vivekananda that struck my mind was, take up one idea, make that one idea your life, dream of it, think of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, the body, the muscles, nerves, every part of your body be full of that idea, and just leave every other idea alone. This is the way to success, and this is the way great spiritual giants are produced. If one has to become the torch bearer, what he requires is right vision, determination, courage, convictions to stand up and lead the masses. I think what an inspiring quotation Swami Vivekananda has given, which I am able to relate to the theme of this particular session. Dear friends, I am expected to, my two panelists spoke to you at one plane. I am supposed to speak at policy plane. Okay, so I'll start with policy and then come to the role of teacher and put myself in that position and then share my personal experiences. National education policy. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Before I get on to the policy recommendations, I would like you people to look at the points that are mentioned in this slide, which talk about the problems plaguing higher education in our country. There are a set of problems which are listed here, particularly to teachers, less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes, limited teacher and institutional autonomy, lesser emphasis on research. These are three important aspects which are listed along with several other things as problems plaguing higher education. Why am I sharing this with you? Unless we know the reasons behind the recommendations, we may not be provoked to buy the recommendations of the policy. Each of these problems listed relates to eventually the key recommendations of national education policy. Once again, there are several key recommendations that national education policy talks about. I'm going to focus on a few of them. This is the first time that undergraduate education is addressed in the policy with enough focus. It is the first time that the problem of affiliating system is dealt with clearly and a solution is given. It talks about moving towards more multidisciplinary undergraduate education. It talks about revamping curriculum, pedagogy, assessment and student support for enhanced student experiences. It talks about experiential learning, internships and apprenticeships. And then it is not just that policy, how it is translated into action is today our undergraduate model curriculum, there is credit space given for internships and apprenticeships, which was earlier not there even for engineering. Today even BA, BCom, BSc, all students, they can go for internships and apprenticeships, earning credits as part of their program. That is where I really compliment Vatika and the Chamber of Commerce here for coming forward to create internship opportunities. Please note here, none of us can live in isolation. Neither the government, nor the industry, nor the academia. Policies recognizing the problems, policy has addressed these problems and there is provision made. And there is in curriculum, we have created credit space. Now, industry also has to correspondingly work with us so that, together we make sense to our learners. Right? Research is another focus in national education policy, friends. And since the entire theme is on teachers, I was just trying to understand how do I position it for teachers. In the entire policy, there are 2 sections reserved for teachers. I am going to, one in school education context, the other one in higher education context. I am going to focus on only teachers' role in the context of higher education. Okay. Yes. Dear friends, national education policy, it talks about motivated, energized and capable faculty. This is one important reference that you will get in national education policy. I want you to look at this. However, despite these various improvements in the status of academic profession, prior to this, what is said is the efforts by previous policies in terms of restoring dignity for teachers. What has happened? Despite various improvements in the status of academic professions, faculty motivation in terms of teaching, research and service in higher education institutions remains far lower than the desired level. Policy has made an observation. Teachers need to understand this. The various factors that lie behind low faculty motivation levels must be addressed to ensure that each faculty member is happy, enthusiastic, engaged and motivated towards advancing his or her students, institution and profession. To this end, the policy recommends a set of things. I just want you to note that in spite of salary increase, in spite of career advancement programs, teaching profession with respect to this national level policy talks that the motivation of teachers in terms of teaching, research and service is observed to be very low. As a teacher, I am telling this to you. Mother and teacher are two people who are very important because they invest in future. They are two people who invest in future. I do not know whether I should say, we have insulted motherhood, no woman wants to be mother. We have insulted teachers, no person wants to be teacher. What a sad state, sir. See, the policy talks about transformational change, and whenever there is a change, that is proposed, typically the people, the stakeholders who are affected by change, they battle with survival and growth mindset. It's a mindset issue. We will have to battle between survival and growth. We'll have to fight. How do we accept this change? Oh, this change, will I be able to sustain, survive? If this change is implemented, is one kind of a mindset. Another thing is, oh, this change is a great opportunity. I can use it for growth, for my growth. Right? So every change offers both challenges and opportunities. Since I am addressing teachers, I am focusing on this. How do we react to change? Dear friends, here I would like to share my personal journey. How many changes, people talk about change. Data is getting doubled every 6 months. And technological cycles are compressed. That's the reason these two people were saying changes are there, skills, employability skills are changing. So many things that, people keep talking about, right? So in our lifetime also, we come across several change cycles. We are affected by several changes. How do we respond? In my case, I started my journey as a lecturer in an affiliated engineering college and then moved over to autonomy, then moved over to a state private university, and today I am in policy. So at every, I have written the timelines also there. And at each stage, how did I use those opportunities, those positions and created opportunities for myself? I have written. When I was in an affiliated system, I was lucky. We formed a computer science department because then there existed no computer science department. BE degree program in computer science wasn't there. Historic times. So I was lucky to be part of that. Then eventually I headed that department. We went in for accreditation. Long ago I am telling you, mine was the third only computer science program in the entire state to go for accreditation. And Karnataka, in technical education, we are miles ahead of other states. So with that, we were also becoming ready for autonomy. We got autonomy. So as part of autonomous system, what did I do? Dear friends, when we became autonomous, I was heading the department. So my responsibility was not designing one course. My responsibility was designing a BE degree program in computer science. BE degree program in computer science. One question that I asked was, how is my BE computer science degree program different from VTU? This was the question that I asked, and the answer was very difficult for me. I called the experts in the state to my institution, hosted a symposium and asked them, listen, I am not able to understand how do we design a BE degree program in computer science that is relevant to the needs of the industry. When end of the day, after deliberations, we realized that all of us are suffering from the same problem. We are only trying to do tinkering. We were not able to come out with a new degree program with right vision. Right? So that was, and please note here, when when I was part of an affiliated college, syllabus was given by somebody. I only taught. Assessment also was done by somebody else. Whose paper I taught my students, assessed somebody else's students. That was an unfortunate story. But when I became autonomous, I had to design the curriculum, asking the industry requirements, deliver it to my students, keep them happy, produce results, assess them, produce good results. The whole cycle of learning and taking feedback was with me, and I did not have capabilities or competencies to design curriculum, nor did I have competencies to design assessments. I only knew how to teach from the book. That was the time, 2008, I realized that, I had to learn. So I underwent training. I was lucky once again. We were given the best training from global experts in Infosys Mysore, and 4,000 people underwent training, sir. Few of us changed ourselves and contributed to our system. Today, that is what is OBE, outcome-based education. Today, whatever we are practicing in my institution, the whole country picked it up, and then it is part of UGC and AICTE recommendations. We did not know all this when we started. We only wanted to play our role responsibly. That is all I am telling you. The change, I know few of my colleagues did not want to be part of autonomy. They wanted to continue with teaching VTU courses, affiliated courses, because curriculum design, lesson plan, all these things were not, those additional responsibilities were not there. For first 3 years, they managed without, then finally they had to come. But they are there where they are. But today we are noticed and recognized by the entire country for what we have done. I'm just trying to say, how do you address challenge? How do you, whenever there is a change, what is your response? How do you respond? See, to me, during that phase, a new BE degree program, a new MTech computer science program, where the result I am telling you, we were able to design a product using our students through industry collaboration. Today, 150 plus customers it has world over. It is being used. So, accreditation, industry collaboration, startup ecosystem. My campus has startup, we have a beautiful startup ecosystem. There are two companies with more than 200 crores valuation, which were built in the last 1 decade. And I'm saying this because no change gives result in 2 days' time. All these things require 10 years of efforts. What we started in 2008, 2020, everything that we were doing was part of NEP. That's how we were blessed. We did not know. Then 2020, 15 to 20, we had become a university. So several things we did during that phase. Then with that success, I moved over to policy because I wanted to influence policy in my last leg of career. I thought, if I am able to influence 60 students in my class as a teacher, when I design a course at first year level, I am able to influence 1,200 students on my campus, through one course. Today I am sitting at a place where I am able to influence about 16 lakh college going youth. If a small change we are able to bring, positive change we are able to bring, we will be able to influence 16 lakh students. That is the opportunity.
Sir, I think we'll further discuss.
I will just say what helped me through all these things. Citing the problem, acquiring competency to solve, and successful solution. These are the phases. Whenever there is a change, you have to cite the problem. Citing the problem requires urge to do good, empathy, and systemic vision. And when you want to solve a problem, you cite a problem. When you want to solve a problem, you may not have the competencies to solve the problem. Your past knowledge and experience helps you formulate problem, but solving problem requires additional competency. We need to do new learning. Otherwise, we won't be able to. I am saying this because you want to implement NEP. Certain competencies, we don't have it now. Let's accept it. We have to learn. Only then we become benchmarking standards. These are things that help us answer this question. And if you are part of an ecosystem, friends, that ecosystem provides you this opportunity. To me, I consider Ramakrishna Ashrama as a kind of ecosystem where, personal aspirations you develop, role models you will see, mentors in your field you will be able to identify, and then you can also look for benchmarking and then proceed further. With I just want to close saying that in our Hindu philosophy, Adhyayan qualifies for Adhyapan. If I don't do Adhyayan, I don't qualify to teach. Lifelong learning is absolutely essential for us to be successful in our career as teachers, and that is what will help us become true transformation agents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This is possibly the gist of the NEP and his journey throughout, and where he has gone to a level where he can influence the entire student community. Questions from you? Please raise hand. Some of our volunteers will come with the mic. Anybody? Sir, to start with, I'll ask a question to Madam. We have been talking a lot about National Education Policy 2020. Initially, you mentioned about expectations from the industry. Do you really think NEP has addressed this issue of having employable skills in our student community, or do they come prepared to accept challenges in the market outside? Possibly you may not be knowing NEP in detail, but
exactly.
at least do have some kind of orientation.
Sir, I think compared to the system that we were having, I think this is definitely a far better edge over what we're having. And what I'm seeing of the NEP is where soft skills and all of these were otherwise add-on or were something that the college would provide out of their curriculum. I see that they are now being kind of brought into the NEP itself. So I think, for example, now, if not, like I said, education is one thing, but soft skills, building your confidence, your communication skills, all these things are not otherwise taught as a part of your course. And once you're out of college, I think that opportunity is lost and nobody is going to call our students back and ask them to even make a simple presentation. So, I think now that I see that all these things are being part of the policy. And like Sir said, we have credit points for all of these things as well. So I think that will definitely...
So you welcome it from that perspective?
Yes.
Just for our information, how many of your teachers or lecturers, please raise hands, teachers and lecturers? Okay, rest are students, isn't it? Now, I'll ask a question to Dr. Sumana, since you're not raising hands. You have been a lecturer for quite some time, and you have taught in the previous system, and now you are also exposed to NEP. This NEP, do you think, will instill better confidence among our students? It will instill a kind of a search mechanism inside where he can go exploring various opportunities available for him in the society. From that perspective, you think how NEP is addressing this issue?
NEP is definitely a student-oriented version anta helbodu, athwa it is a policy. And basically, because of this...
Is there anyone amongst you who don't understand Kannada at all? Kannada? I will request her to speak only in English if there is any problem in understanding Kannada. You have problem in Kannada? Yes or no? Yes. You have some problem with Kannada, isn't it? So only English.
Yes.
I wish you had told me earlier. I'm so sorry. Right.
Especially the beauty of NEP is that today students from different streams, they can be oriented like in with different faculties. For example, the open elective scheme. There are very many open electives that are introduced to students of various faculties like arts, commerce, engineering, or any, where they can get acquainted with different subjects. As I told earlier, compartmentalization of subjects where a student was expected to learn only of a particular, subject related aspects, it has actually facilitated, and thereby it has created an openness among the students to venture or to know new things. For example, an art student can learn artificial intelligence parallelly. A science graduate can parallelly offer, tourism as an elective subject. So there are different parameters which our national education policy has opted. Thereby, it is facilitating both the students and the teachers to grow and upgrade.
Questions? Yes, please. There are two of them. Please take the mic. Please introduce yourself, from which institution. Others also, please be prepared for your questions. I'm going to stop if you start asking questions, okay?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Swaraj, and I'm studying in Srinivas University. I'm studying aviation. Okay, my question is it's a personal observation, okay? It's last month I have been to, in October I have been to North India. So there are some remote places where college, schools and all there. So when I spoke to some localites, there are certain police people, I spoke to police people also. They say there is no case between one another, what we get here, fighting that and all, in between students, fight and all. Because there is a place, that is a remote place. So they don't have any accessibility. So they know how to live the life. If they have 100 rupees, they live in 100 rupees. If they have 500, they live in that 500 rupees. They don't there is no greediness in North India in certain places, not everywhere. But when you compare to South Indian education system, here, see, one student, if he doesn't know English or something, if he's from Kerala, for example, if he's from Kerala, he's coming to Karnataka. And here English is mandatory for him. He should not speak in Kerala or any other language, in his own language. So, sometimes your lectures condemn the students who doesn't know the main core languages. So, this may be lead into, see, if that problem is solved means, we can build team. So, we can work as a team. So my question is if in North, there are, in that's less facility, they are living their life, they are learning their education, basic, mainly respecting their parents, neighbors and all. But here, friends itself doesn't respect each other. That is the main problem which I have been noticed in recent times. Oh. So how come, sir, yeah, for that I wish if there is one subject which will help us to build our qualities in between us, apart from education, mainly we need basic questions. Yeah.
Your point is about value education.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it? Okay. Sir, I think I would like to request you to answer this question briefly, because it's a much larger issue he's referring to.
See, by listening to you, what I have understood is it's addressing conflicts within teams of students. People don't get along well within your own teams. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, sir. See.
Okay. Yeah. See, in fact, this is one of the most important skills that we need. When we study in schools, we are learning as individuals, but when we go to workplaces, we need to work in teams. So teamwork and collaboration are two important requirements to be successful in workplace. Correspondingly, NEP talks about problem-based learning and project-based learning, where students will be asked to work in teams, develop these skills. There is a policy provision made, and then our university curriculum also today has scope for all these things. It is going to happen.
No, I appreciate your point. It's about value education. In many ways, NEP tries to address this from the very primary education itself. I think over a period of time, we will come to understand what actually NEP does to solve this problem. Okay? Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Last one, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pranav, and I am from Canara Engineering College. So my question is that we engineer students, we sit in classroom and study all theoretical. But why can't be there practical subjects. Like instead of sitting in classroom and understanding the concept, if we get the practical knowledge, it's good, right? When we go to industries, we get experience as well as.
There is provision for that. Industrial training, internships and apprenticeships, these are all provisions. When I was a student, I did not have these provisions. I studied engineering only. Today, there is provision policy-wise, but also you should note one thing, the opportunities available are less compared to the demand. So you really have to work and then earn those opportunities, right? Definitely you can make use of the opportunities, but please work towards it.
I wanted to ask this question to the somebody representing industry. This industrial exposure for the students as apprenticeship or the internship, there is a certain capacity, inbuilt capacity with the industry. For example, I work with the Lamina Group. We have number of applications coming for internship. People wanted to work during vacation time, but we don't have the space and the resources. How do you think, for example, Canara Chamber you offered, industry can come in contact with the university's academia to help this particular problem? You say you want employable skills, but you don't provide opportunities for internship or practical training the student was mentioning. So how do we
I think
bridge
that's
the
a
gap
very
between?
valid question, sir, because what we see is that most organizations were not really open to interns, basically because they feel like it kind of halts their regular operations or processes because, they have to teach some newcomer or give some importance to, in terms of, because they also don't want that intern to feel like he did nothing on the job, right? But I think times are changing because, like I said, as a part of the KCCI, we get lots of applications from various colleges seeking internship, and they're all absorbed. So I think the best way to do is every college, like a schedule, it should be in different, like say if it's a 1 month internship, all colleges are going to concentrate on that 1 month of April or may be difficult for a city like Mangalore, considering limited industries that are available here. Maybe we should space it out so that different organizations are able to take them at different points in time.
Taking it further from what she said, if I can ask you, then you can answer. Now, NEP or the policymakers, do they suggest that there must be a kind of a scheduling as far as internship is concerned? Number of opportunities available, number of students, and number of institutions. If somebody can make a kind of a schedule so that every child gets an opportunity to become a practically oriented person. Can something be thought over?
Please be seated. Please be seated. You see, two more provisions that are there. Microsoft and Cisco have offered 20,000 virtual internships this year. This is one thing. Second, UGC has recently published Professor of Practice. This is another new approach where people from industrial background can join academia and create corresponding quality learning experiences aligned to industry requirements within academic systems. This is another...
Please get the mic. Yeah.
Another provision that is made. No, answering...
Sir, 1 second. Let him finish.
Answering your question, see, after all, NEP is a policy. Yes. Policy talks about what are the problems and what are the ways to solve. Then policy has to be implemented. Implementation requires, all the stakeholders understanding each other's responsibilities, putting resources, and then working in coordination with each other. Industry, government, academia, all of us have to come together, and it is not going to happen by tomorrow. The timelines for implementation of NEP is 15 years from 2020. Tomorrow morning, don't expect
everything
changes
to happen. Yes. So we have Honorable Vice Chancellor himself wanting to ask a question. Can you get the mic, please? Come fast. Run, you're young. Come. Then Professor Niyamel next. Mic to hand mic.
It's one observation, sir. The beauty of NEP is even for students who are studying history, political science, sociology, it offers internship, which was unthinkable in the previous.
Oh, yes.
So they can work anywhere, they can do internships. That is an advantage of NEP. And it all depends on the teachers and the system which is going to introduce.
Okay.
I'll give you one example. There is a danger where the focus of NEP may be defeated by the teachers and the institutions. What happens? Skill development course is there. Some of the teachers came to me this time saying, we don't want skill development programs for our students because we sociology teachers are losing 3 hours. We history teachers are losing 3 hours. We economics teachers are losing 3 hours. So they book the students, sir. So students say, we want economics, we want political science, we don't want. It happened at the cost of artificial intelligence. Now we had to say yes for history and political science. So there is a possibility that the focus of NEP may be difficult or defeated if it is not properly understood and supported by the students and the management. And the third one, I wanted to give an answer to the student who said something from Srinivasa University. You are saying the Karnataka students are not accommodative and the northern Indian students are more accommodative. My experience is the other way around. And Karnataka students are more accommodative. See, we learn, if we are in North India, we learn Hindi in 3 days. And North Indians coming to Karnataka, even after 10 years, they will not learn Kannada.
No, let's not have a debate on that. We took that point from you. It's basically a value about it. Professor Ram Gopal, tavu
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜೋಶಿಜಿ ಅವರು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅವರು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಟರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು UGC ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದು ಆಪ್ಷನಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ?
See, it is a provision. It is not mandatory. It's a provision.
How it is fruitful if it is not made mandatory? ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಅಂಗ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರೊವಿಷನಲ್ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಆಪ್ಷನಲ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಮೇಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿ, ಐ ಫೀಲ್.
I think we'll get into a debate.
We don't, actually, honestly telling you, those of us who understand the meaning of freedom and with proper vision, definitely we will use all these opportunities to make good for people around us. So that is what essentially policy says. Making something mandatory, please note here, one size does not fit all. Based on requirements, people have to use them. These are all provisions, but God knows, one day your statement might become true.
If I can share, we used to have a concept of I teach, you learn. Now, NEP approach is creating a conducive learning environment. So if a teacher has to become a competent teacher, an inspiring teacher leader, then he has to upgrade himself to the market requirements. Now I wanted to ask, as the lecturers should have asked this question, I want to ask you on behalf of them. They have been teaching for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Is there any provision again, for teachers to undergo kind of a orientation program or practical exposure or industry training so that they become more competent teachers?
See, it does talk, NEP does talk about teacher empowerment. When it talks about teacher empowerment, pedagogical skills, technological skills, how do we give them and how do we make it part of new education programs, and how do we address existing teachers? All this is said, but then please note, Professor Niranjan mentioned certain challenges. Since it is a mixed audience, I am little guarded while I am saying these things. please know, no change, no good change has happened through blessings of somebody. It has happened because of sacrifices of people. And today, it is our time, sir. It calls for our pound of flesh. Teaching community has to give its pound of flesh, restore the dignity and glory of this profession. I am also a teacher. Being teacher, I am telling you, when I die, I want to die happily with grace and dignity. I have said this in the beginning, mother and teacher, I have spoken to you. But then there are many things which we have to take on our shoulder. How long we will keep blaming people? What are we responsible for eventually?
I have a question for, any question? Please, yeah. Yes. Mike, hey, you have to look, yeah, please, yeah.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Good afternoon, I'm Satvik. I teach at Alwas College. I also own a company. So I have a question for either Joshi sir or Karnik sir. Either of you can answer this. So in fact, Vanali sir raised, kind of touched upon this. So we really welcome the industry-oriented NEP. But what is the vision of NEP for liberal arts, especially master degrees of liberal arts?
NEP does, please read that. I am telling you, it is a kind of 100 people taking examination of Gopal Joshi. It shouldn't happen. See, all of us, when was policy introduced? It is available free. You download it and read it. It talks enough about multidisciplinary education leading to holistic development. No compartmentalization in terms of curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular. All these things are spoken. Please know, infusing arts into science education does not make it liberalized education. Liberal arts is an altogether different concept. Please go visit Ashoka University website. They are doing, it's one of the universities in our country doing yeoman services in the space of liberal arts based education. All of us need to understand the nuances of this, sir. We need to move little below rhetorics. I think, I have said enough. I have not left any occasion to say this. It is time for teachers to go little deeper, understand what it means, why it is said so, how do I implement it. Not every change requires money. Not every change requires regulatory approvals. All that requires
mindset.
Coordinated efforts.
Satvik is a young teacher, so I understand the status quo. If I'm lady side, please, yes, here. Where is that volunteer? Please, hello. Bring it here. Ladies have. You must keep looking.
Hello. Yes. I am Kirtana Bhatt from Canara College. A very good afternoon to erudite scholars on the dais, off the dais, and the teachers from my teaching fraternity. On this occasion, I want to raise one point. Prior to that, I would like to quote Kabir. Dhai akhar prem ka, pothi pad pad jagmuwa, pandit bhayana koi. Dhai akhar prem ka, jo pade so pandit bhoy. What do you mean by these lines is, one might be a great scholar, but he is not sensitive to what's happening around. What's the use of being a scholar? So that's the whole point, sir. Education, the main objective is creating a person, a human being, who is fit to be called human. What's missing is that thing, and the same thing the student also pointed out. NEP is leaving no stone unturned to bring out the holistic development of a student. Right, it has done everything from its side. We are addressing the external factors. That's what I feel. Be it making them employable, be it making them giving them, providing them with soft skills. These are all the external factors. What's missing is internally, the students themselves, they are feeling so very restless. The things that's happening around. Post-COVID, that's the experience, especially of those who have been in the teaching profession for so many years. They themselves speak that they find a sea change in the attitude, the mindset of children. Can something be done, some solid thing regarding this, so that the connectivity between, it's just like we have dragged the horse to the pond, but we can't make them drink. We have provided them with everything. Maybe somewhere deep down they are unable to take it, or maybe we are unable to provide it. I can't get the answer. Could anybody?
I think I'll ask Dr. Sumana to try to answer that question.
Well, because of this technological interventions, I feel these days students are restless. These days they are restless. In fact, the attention span also has decreased to such a great extent that it is very difficult for us to cope up with them in the class, or to keep them, engaged with our concepts. So as teachers, as you already told, I think so we have to use some different approaches. Learning is not only imparting one way. I think so it is better we understand the student in the right approach as to whether he is a kinesthetic learner, whether he is an audio learner, whether he is a visual learner. So these are all different aspects, and it requires a lot of patience as teachers. So when we encounter every student with one or the other distraction or problem, it's sulabhada matalla, but if we are keen, and of course if we wish something good for our students, I think so we can actually customize our teaching learning practices in such a way so that we can manage the students' distractions. So agle helidage blended mode of learning, visuals jote joteyalli we can engage themselves with some debate. Idella yavaga sadhya agtade anta helidre when we are upgraded with our topic, with our syllabus, and also with the current related affairs, where we can connect them. If you give one matter of topic or of debate, I think so the students will come up with enormous amount of information so as to facilitate much more discussion on this topic. So blended mode, it's not only one way of teaching learning process. I think so we have to understand the child with all these aspects.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, volunteers, somebody, please. What is your name? Sibin, okay.
Yeah, so myself Narayan Swami from Canara Engineering College. So actually what I feel is in NEP we are providing everything, but if you are going to say that as a mandatory, you need to complete that internship, everything. That is for a namesake what we feel. That evaluation method has to change on a skill based rather than getting a certificate. Yes, he has completed an internship. As madam said, we are providing an opportunity. We are asking him to go there. He is working there for a month. But what he is learning, that we are not measuring. We are taking a report and we are signing a signature and we are finishing up. But on what he has actually learned, we are not measuring that one. I feel like there should be some evaluation method. There is a change in the evaluation method. Say for example, if he finishes internship, there should be somebody representing the company, and he has to take the maybe something called a viva, something like that, what exactly he has learned. Then something will be useful. Because NEPS, we are providing, yes, we are providing multidisciplinary, art fellow can learn the things from the computer science and all. But why he is doing that one, he himself doesn't know that one. That is what is actually happening.
Okay. I'll again request her to, because she is a lecturer, she must have realized this problem, and then possibly you can, okay, fine.
I will only say one thing, sir. Personally, to me as a teacher, see, when I was attempting innovations in class, there was limitations imposed by regulations, there were limitations of policy. Classroom innovations had limited impact because of the larger level supports. Today it is historic time, sir. Policy is in place, it speaks about it. Regulatory support is also there. If only teacher decides to make use of this environment and starts innovating, which requires exposure to learning style assessments, newer pedagogical skills, newer pedagogical practices exposure, and then assessment designs, it is possible, sir. But it requires effort from individual teacher level.
Where is the mic? Hello, Shibin. Where is the mic? Yes, sir. There's only one mic.
You can use this.
Sir, as we somebody mentioned in the morning, right? When it comes to the maybe promotions and all, we go for PhD, or when it comes to the PhD, we go for like 2 publications, Scopus Index, all those things. The same thing will happen with the student. We tell in a NEP like you have to complete the internship, that's it. We're not going to evaluate that one in a right way. Yeah.
So I will speak from the arts perspective. See, as an arts teacher, I get along a lot of students from the BCA, the science stream, and usually when they opt for this open elective, like for this semester I'm doing Coastal Karnataka, they are very good when it comes to discussion, when it comes to expressing themselves about our state and everything. But when it comes to writing, I see the descriptive way of presentation is lacking, especially in that spectrum of students. So I feel as teachers, we have got opportunity to mentor there. Suppose if the child is planning to take his UPSC or KPSC examinations in the near future, generally for the main examination where that art of writing is required, maybe that is a place where we teachers can mentor, identify the lag. And so this is a way of how, teachers can be accommodative irrespective of the different faculty, the different streams, the students we actually encounter.
Yes. Once again, I would like to quote my experiments in engineering. Projects, term end, last day of the term, people come with reports, we sign the reports, and on the day of examination, something happens, okay, whatever it is, they get some marks. We were not able to build our credibility to industry. Industry was not willing to give us projects. It's because we had nothing to showcase. We had no successful projects being demonstrated. So what I did as a teacher was, my projects were attracting industry attention because I was working with my students during the projects. I was not signing the report at the end of on the last day of the term. So when I became head of the department, what I said is, focus on intermediate reviews was more important for us. So final, internal marks, how many marks he gets, it depends on how is he able to perform during the entire term. Today, luckily, NEP talks about giving 40% focus to formative assessment. Make the best use of this. You will see that this is an opportunity created. Please use this properly so that all such bad things, they stop.
Next question, yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sriraj. I'm teaching in Srinivas University now. What NEP says, we can send students to industry or media. I'm teaching journalism and mass communication. This journalism and mass communication subject ke bandaga, yeah, according to NEP, we are sending our students the media industries weekly twice from Srinivas University also. But subject wise ge bandaga navu illi matadodadre journalism ಮತ್ತು mass communication +10 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. So after NEP ಏನಾಯಿತು, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತು ಮತ್ತು NEP ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತು, we should update our syllabus also. So how can I update without giving basic information about the journalism and mass communication to my students? That is one problem. And one challenge also to a teacher. And one more thing is, when we send the students to the industry or the media, now classroom alli heltivi, as a journalism student you should have to learn how to use the ethics and rules and regulations which are given by the journalism. So when we send the students to the media, literally they are not following the ethics. ಅವ್ರು ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬಂದು, ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಕೆಲಸ ನೋಡಿ ನೀವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಲೋ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಫ್ರಮ್, ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಐ ಓವರ್ಕಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಟ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್? So I used to tell to my students, like, the career life is totally different than classroom studies. Fortunately, I have some experience in media. I have been working in media since 6 to 7 years. But this is my challenge to teach my students in this kind of situation.
Thank you. It is, I think, difficult to answer that.
It's your opinion.
Yes. Yeah, it's your opinion. No, it's not a question actually.
Yeah, yes, of course it is my opinion. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, sir. So my question is to Joshi, sir.
So, senior journalism lecturer and he is my guru's guru actually. He can answer for that question, I think.
If I can share, Professor, see, in society you have the good, the bad and the ugly in all walks of life. Don't specify to any one particular domain. We all have that. Now, I think the challenge as a teacher is to align your students to identify what is good and go with that. Okay? So you have to practically orient them. You have to motivate them to identify these things. Nobody says it is not there. Ethics are not being followed. Yes. But no, these are the challenges. These are the challenges. Okay, yes, sir. Next question. Yes.
Hello, sir. I'm Pramod Kumar from Canara College, Mangalore. My question is to Joshi, sir. So it's a general question about NEP. So there are many other states in India. They have not implemented NEP, but we are the first state to implement NEP here. And we all know that NEP is one of the landmark documentaries in Indian history. But teachers, deep down we feel that, especially in Karnataka, we haven't done any solid groundwork to implement this. And there are many teachers, they are not happy. I'm damn sure, being teacher, being in a government service, you won't make such sweeping statements, but you are giving defensive answers, but deep down you know what are the practical problems of NEP. I would like to know why Karnataka government implemented NEP in higher education first and elementary and high school education in next academic year. I mean, next academic year they are going to implement. My second question, why other states are hesitating to implement NEP and why we are first here?
Dear friend, I just want to pick up questions. All other things you are attributing to me, I am not subscribing to that. I am very candid there. You are having questions, but you are asking the wrong person. You have to ask right questions to right people. These are not questions to why did government of Karnataka choose to implement? You have to ask government, sir, not me. You know, I will tell you one thing. See, when you want to build your house, suppose your house requires 30 lakh rupees, you will not start the project with 30 lakh rupees in your pocket. You will make some provisions and projections, and then, there is something called cash flow and fund flow. You manage that and then complete the project. And a project like this, which is having a time frame of 15 years, nobody starts that with complete preparation required for 15 years, sir. When you want to start the journey, whatever preparations you can do, you are supposed to do. And if I start answering, you have made already one statement, you are defensive. So I don't like such statements because I have not led my life like that. I don't want to cover up for my inner deficiency. I can throw this jacket out and then stand here. The point is, for all of us, whenever we start a project, required adequate preparations to start the project you make and then you start. When you are making, 4 years curriculum you have to design. 4 years curriculum. It was impossible. All 4 years you cannot, it was impossible. Second is, though, if you are from engineering background, at least you will agree, 4 years curriculum you should not do. Because things are changing faster. Right? So we will have to make yearly provisions. That is what it is saying today. NEP also talks about dynamic approach. That's where several provisions are made. So adequate preparations we are supposed to make and then start working. But please also note, who all should make preparations? All stakeholders have to make corresponding preparations. No. Why are we ending up blaming others? To me, I always say, somebody was talking, you are not the first person to ask this particular question. But my answer, I am not defensive. I am only saying, if you are building your house, how will you start? If it is a multi-year project, do you make preparations for all years, or you start with adequate preparations and you will start working? That's it, sir. But remember, who is implementing NEP? It is not government. NEP has to be implemented by universities. NEP has to be implemented by colleges. NEP has to be implemented by teachers. Government policy making. Resource allocation is a point. I also agree with you. Adequate resources have to be allocated. Government is also working towards that, sir. So much I can definitely tell you.
Yeah, much larger issue. Academic content, academic delivery mechanism, and academic administration. So we have started, because it is a national policy, and we should be very proud that Karnataka has started that. In a big way they have started. There can be implementational issues, there is no doubt about it. From old system to new system, there is resistance to change, very natural. Anyway, we'll stop at that. Any other questions? Yes. Yes, last lady, Shibin. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nalini from Srinivas College. As compared to other courses, the medical students have some benefits because the lectures will be from the medical background. So, do you think like it is affecting the way we are gaining our knowledge? Like, do you think that the lecture should be of that particular department to teach that particular course?
Why? Any doubt?
Like
no, a sociology teacher teaches sociology. A Kannada teacher teaches Kannada. A economic teacher teaches...
my question is like, if we are not from that particular department, like we can teach, like they are still teaching in some universities. So do you think it should be mandatory, no, compulsory to make like, if the person is learning some particular course, they should be, the lecture should be from that particular background?
Is it not happening now? I think it's from the same background, if I'm not wrong. Correct,
no?
No,
most of the colleges don't have that.
Is it? Maybe I have not understood the... I don't know whether panelists understood the problem. I'm sorry, we did not understand. Madam is trying to say something. If there is a mic. If you don't stand, they will not be able to.
Good afternoon,
One
sir.
second, she wants to say something.
Good afternoon, I'm Mrs. Ashwini Shenai, principal of Gujarati English Medium School. I'm from the school background. So, as she said, from the school point of view, what I understood was, suppose a science teacher teaches social, is teaching social in the school. Same thing is happening in the higher education. Is there any mandatory that particular professor has to teach a particular department? Maybe she's meaning that.
I don't think.
Yeah, that's what. In school, sometimes it happens.
If I can suggest, since I am from the political background, we have something called cadre and recruitment guidelines. For a particular post of a teacher, it is well defined who can teach. In that, specifications are mentioned. A MSc physics cannot come and teach sociology, or MA sociology cannot come and teach physics. It is defined. I don't know why this doubt.
That's what.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question? Yeah.
Hello, madam. See, conventionally, disciplinary knowledge and qualifications are used to appoint teachers to teach particular courses. NEP provisions, NEP talks about interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, several things. Like, suppose there is a course, AI and language translation. Who should teach this course? This is the newer possibility which is going to emerge. It can be two teachers, one person, it can be a teacher, English professor with AI competencies, or an English professor plus a person with AI competency together. These are future possibilities. As of now, disciplinary knowledge.
So
Okay. Yes, madam.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Maybe last question, I think it's already 3:30.
From the school point of view, you told us that teacher can do whatever she wants. Like, if we are interested to increase our knowledge about NEP or get training, I know online there are enormous materials available, but is any offline training available for us, sir?
We have communicated this to all vice chancellors and registrars and requested them to communicate it to all teachers. There is a 40 hours training available on NEP, complete story, prepared by NPTEL. UGC has already suggested this. We have communicated this to all universities, vice chancellors and registrars. Please get in touch with them. You can also go, don't wait. If you want to learn, please go to their website. You get details, register.
Okay.
Sir, namaste.
Last question,
yes,
please.
Sir, last question, one
Yes.
question only in short time. Sir, as you are aware of the importance of yoga in the colleges and universities, most of the qualified yoga postgraduates and graduates are available. Apart from this feasibility, most of the colleges and institutions are allowing the physical education teacher to teach yoga, which is creating most of conflicts in terms of the study in the education as well as in the practice also, because they never experience yoga as a discipline of yoga. They take it in the other aspect of the fitness and physical education form. Can you consider this point to allow an opportunity for employability to the postgraduates in yoga and to bring the justice to the students and the teachers, those who are taking interest in teaching and learning?
I think Dr. Joshi is the wrong person to answer this. This has to be addressed by the government and as well as the vice chancellors. Point is well taken. We'll look into that. Okay. At least NEP policy maker will never say that. He will say yoga has to be introduced. Yoga has to be taught. Taught by whom? It's a policy matter. Government will decide. I'll take the point to you.
But it's obvious and prima official condition the physical education teachers are being involved in the act.
The point is well taken. We'll talk about it. Okay.
Right. But are there any corrections which are to be addressed by this platform?
Pardon me?
Are there any measures which are being addressed by this platform?
No, we are not here to address any issue
since
from...
the sir is there from Higher Education Council, can he take some interest to address this issue?
His question was, yoga is being taught by physical education teachers now. So whereas we have qualified yoga people, so why not appoint only yoga teachers instead of PT teachers?
So we have brought this to the attention to the universities, but they are blind on this. So we'll write to you, right?
Yes.
Fine, we'll address to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Karnik sir, it's a
last question.
It's not a question, sir. You said last question is already over.
Yeah.
Mine is just a reminder. The audience would like to know why Dr. Sumana madam has taken
okay.
teaching profession instead of IPS.
Okay. I mentioned about it. She opted to become a teacher instead of becoming a police officer. She wanted to know the answer.
Well, it was in the year 2017 when in a matter of 1 month I got 2 orders. One was for the appointment as an assistant professor in higher education, Department of Collegiate Education. The other one was selected as a DYSP because I wrote the case examination simultaneously. So I was in a dilemma. Of course, that was a new field where I wanted to venture. But parallelly, as you all know, government employability means it should be only in one department. So I was in a dilemma, but teaching was my passion actually. I love teaching. And to let go, and of course I was also parallelly pursuing my research also. I went, in fact, that was a very crucial time where I had to decide, like I had to go for training, otherwise after 15 months I had to quit my AP post and I had to go there. Balashtu chintana mantana madida nantara, I felt, yes, I will be here. So today I don't have any regrets, but I have transformed a lot because of that. In the sense, I felt like I've enjoyed that examination process. I never wrote the examinations with stress. I enjoyed the whole process of both the KPSC and the KE examinations. And in fact, the output which I got out of it, maybe today I am, blending it with my teaching learning process. And that has helped me to connect with my students in a very beautiful way. Thank you.
In fact, if I can share, if you permit me, her husband was working with me. And I had a long discussion with Sumana when she was in dilemma. What to do, what not to do, which is a better option. So with my perspective about looking at teaching and looking at the police, I had some role to play in she making a decision. And I think she's very happy that she has decided to become a teacher. Okay. Thank you very much. It has been a... See, this is what happens. An interactive session becomes more interactive as the time lapses. No? If I ask questions, there will be half a dozen questions even now pending. The idea was to make you understand that the government has taken a very important policy decision which is going to make major changes into our approach to education itself. We have been talking about children coming out of universities, being unemployable and lots of things. But the very purpose of this national education policy is to address this issue. Now, overnight things cannot change. And they have targeted 2035 as the target date to implement it completely. We need to understand the essence of new education policy. We need to understand what is the market's requirement. We need to understand what is the teacher's perspective. And we also should understand, as the policy says, it is student-centric. All along, we have been following a practice of I teach, you learn. So student had no choice. So that flexibility has been brought in. So once we understand the essence, I think implementation becomes much easier. So I profusely thank the panelists, Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I have a continuation of my question. This is what exactly I was telling to everyone, sir. We should not discriminate other students. Just now we told like North India students, South India students. This is the mentality you have to change, sir. Then only we'll build, we'll team, we'll work, sir. No, this is what I want to change. If I say he is North Indian, if I say he is North Indian, how can I work with him? How can I sit inside the class? I have to say he is an Indian. He's a student. First you have to talk. It's a student. We should not say North Indian or South Indian. Okay. Being a Mangalorean, I'm not supporting Mangalore. I'm supporting North India because the culture is good.
Sit down, boss. Thank you. Point well taken. This is not a kind of a competition where somebody has to be applauded for, making a point. Please. Anyway, your point is well taken. Possibly it was not communicated well. So I, as a moderator, profusely thank Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi, being the Executive Director of Higher Education Council, spending entire day with us. Sir, thank you very much. And Srimati Vatika Pai, I think after a very long time to sit with the students and interact has been a wonderful experience. So thank you very much. And I must thank you, the Canara Chambers, for giving us the opportunity to send our students for internship. It's a great kind of a contribution. And Dr. Sumana has been a very inspiring teacher leader. When we identified somebody from teaching community to come and address, it was Dr. Sumana. I have known her for quite some time. Thank you for coming and sharing your experiences. And thanks for this wonderful gathering. Thank you very much.
Okay. So my dear friends and the delegates, so here we are coming to an end of the PRAJNA 2023 is the panel discussion. So now I take a privilege to thank all the panelists and the moderator who present here. First and foremost, I thank Captain Ganesh Karnik, the moderator of the program. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I also thank Dr. Gopal Krishna Joshi, Executive Director, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, sir. Also thank Srimati Vatika Pai, Head of Operations, Nirmala Travels, Proprietor, Vatika International Travels, and she was the youngest President of Chamber of Commerce, Mangalore. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I also thank the inspiring teacher, Dr. Sumana B., Chairman, Women and Child Welfare Subcommittee, Indian Red Congress. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I request Captain Ganesh Karnik sir to give a memento to Srimati Vatika Pai and Dr. Sumana B. Firstly, Srimati Vatika Pai, Head of Operations, Nirmala Travels, Proprietor, Vatika International Travels. Thank you, madam. I also request Captain Karnik to give a mementos to Dr. Sumana B. Thank you. Yes. So I request Captain Ganesh Karnik sir to give a memento to today's master of the ceremony, Smita Shanai, who did anchoring very well throughout our day. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Please collect a memento, please. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. So thank you all the guests. Thank you so much. So dear delegates, we are distributing a feedback form to your places. Kindly fill the feedback form and submit that feedback form in the registration counter near the main gate, where you will get, by submitting the feedback form, our volunteers will give a participation certificate and a book as a token of gratitude to you. ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತಾವು ಸರಳವಾದಂಥ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು, ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕೌಂಟರ್, ಮೇನ್ ಗೇಟ್ನ ಬಳಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕೌಂಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದಾದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಸ್ಮರಣಿಕೆಯಾಗಿ ನೀಡಲಾಗುವುದು. ತಾವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಪಡಿಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮಠ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಕಳೆದ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ, ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸೇವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಮಹಾಜನತೆಗೆ ಒದಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಸೇವಾ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಗಿದ ನಂತರ ತಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನಾ ಮಂದಿರಕ್ಕೆ ತೆರಳಬಹುದು, ಧ್ಯಾನವನ್ನು ತಾವು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಳಿಗೆಗೆ ತಾವು ತೆರಳಬಹುದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಯಾಯಿತಿ ದರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ತಮಗೆ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ. ಈ ದಿನ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬೋಧಮಯಾನಂದಜಿಯವರ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೂ ತರ್ಜುಮೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ, ತಾವು ಕೊಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಬಹುದು. Dear delegates, after the program you can visit our prayer hall, shrine, and also a bookstall where you get books at a discounted price. Today's resource person, Swami Bodhamayanji's book is available for sale, where The Mind and its Modern Problem is the title of the book, and other various book on personality development and education is also available for sale at a discounted price. So please use this facility. So Ramakrishna Mission is conducting a selfless service activity since 75 years. You are always welcome to join hands in this service activities. So thank you so much for being present here. Thank you. Namaste. Jai Ramakrishna.
ಕ್ರಿಸ್ತಾಬ್ದ 1892 ಸಂವತ್ಸರದ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್, ಮಾಗಿಯ ಕಾಲದ ಒಂದು ದಿನ. ಇನ್ನು ಉಷಾಕಾಲ. ಕತ್ತಲೆಯ